Sweet. Let's go. All right, guys. Big news, okay? Not just big, I would say massive news, okay? You might be thinking, Will, why is this massive news here? Well, the reason why we have massive news is because it's been many days since our last stream, and we have an ultra special, I don't even know what to call it, an event, a uh, celebration of sorts. I don't know. It's going to be a big stream today. We're going to try and potentially even set a record for our longest stream, but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We've got a lot going on. We're going to dive into the news in a second, and I actually gave a quick breakdown, which if you're reading on screen, you're going to see some of the insights we're going to go through on the news side. But before that, let's just go through what we have planned for today. So I have this whole timeline. Now, as we know, with timelines, goals, things like that, we want to set them very ambitious. And then, uh, you know, if we reach it, then that's unbelievable. If we don't reach it, then, fall amongst the stars, whatever. So, what's the schedule today? Well, initially, we're going to cover the news. That normally is pretty quick. I think we can knock that out in under the 30 minutes that we have planned here. But then, guys, I have been so excited. So this past weekend, it was my first vacation in a long time and did very little work on it. But what I did do was on the flight back and there, I was listening to a bunch of podcasts, trying to figure out how can we 10x, 100x our time that we put in. And, on stream, you guys are seeing it. How are we using this time? Well, I listened to two very interesting podcasts in particular. Amongst all the podcasts, two stood out. And both of them were actually interviewing, I don't know what to call them. Maybe you can think of them as the next crop of the big entrepreneurs of this generation, the Gen Z savages, right? And what I like about this is many times you'll listen to advice. And I want to preface that take all advice with a grain of salt. No one has your lived experience. But there are clues and there are signals. And the big signal here is that the two podcasts that we're going to learn from and implement ideas from on the stream later today, they were both recorded with kids or young adults. I don't know what to call them, but kids that I think are, and one of them was 21 and the other one was 23. And they have been generating many millions of dollars very quickly. And I think that success leaves clues. And especially when you see someone who is winning big in a very short time frame, that's something to pay attention to. I think it's much more impressive to see a 21-year-old that's doing 5 mil in revenue, 10 mil in revenue, 100 mil valuation. I think that's much more impressive than seeing a 40-year-old who has $1 billion plus company. And the reason why is because in that short of time frame, they've accomplished so much. And so listen to these podcasts. They kind of lay out their approach, their playbook, and it makes you think, okay, well, is this a one-off thing? Does it make sense? What can we do with this? And there's so many interesting lessons that we will get into. But the one thing I'll say before we dive in here to the rest of the roadmap is that this is going to be one of the most value-packed streams. And we've done a lot of value-packed, actionable streams in the past where you've seen us launch an entire merch line in a couple hours, build a YouTube video with 7 videos outlining how to use MyWorker's product in 3.5 hours. Many different things, talking with customers, but none have I been so excited about as the one that we are going to do later today. Right now I'm sick. I'm run down, but I am just energized from what we have in store. This is going to be an amazing stream. So we go through that. Phase number 2 here, influencer marketing strategy. That's taking the lessons from one of the podcasts from Cluely and the CEO there, CEO Roy. He's a little firecracker, this guy. So good lessons there. Then at 6 p.m., we dive into what I think is the even more interesting video, more actionable video, both unbelievably interesting. This one, more actionable steps. And not only do we take in this knowledge and try and apply it, but we're actually going to try and build on top of it. There are some things that I think are pure gold that you're going to see. But on top of that, there's other automation ideas that as I'm listening, you can almost imagine, hey, we can make this even better. How do we apply agents to take care of some of these points of work? So anyway, that is from 6 to 8:15. And then finally, I know that this has been taking a little longer than expected. 1 second. A little longer than expected, but we are going to actually, now that we, from our last stream, have the pitch deck, have a game plan with investor fundraise, it's time to raise some money. So we got to dedicate 2 hours at the end of the day, starting at 8 p.m. into that. And then finally, we are going to recap at 10 p.m. So we've got a full day ahead of us. I'm jazzed. You guys are going to have an incredible time. And with that, let's dive into the news. So I have the news laid out over here. News item number 1. Okay. Google dodges breakup in U.S. antitrust case. So this was a case that we were following the other week briefly. So I'm going to read what happened here. A federal judge ruled against breaking up Google, letting it keep Chrome and Android, and shares jumped 6 to 8% intraday. Okay, guys, this is obviously very big news. I know we covered the attempt of Perplexity putting out a $34.5 billion bid, but it looks like Google is going to be allowed to keep this. So why this matters. Let's see the talking points that ChatGPT recommended here. So Google keeps the distribution flywheel. Data sharing obligations could marginally help challengers. Investors rewarded for certainty. Okay, so they added about $200 billion on this news in market cap. Guys, $200 billion. That is not a little amount of money. Some may say $200 billion is a tremendous amount of money. Either way, they added $200 billion. Okay, appeal risk. Advocacy groups call this a slap on the wrist. So Google, the execs potentially popping champagne today. Kind of happy. This happened today on September 3rd. So the stock's ripping. All right. We also, of course, wanted to get a founder insight angle. So your counter is category focus and outcomes. If defaults stay, can better beat built in? Okay, I don't really know what this is saying here, if I'm going to be honest, this founder angle, but we're going to move on. I think that we covered Google. So what's new? AI video, faster humanoid robot training, Shangshu Vidar? Okay, Vidar. I guess that's a company. Vidar claims it uses video and generation models to train robots faster. Okay, so you can program a new task in about 20 minutes is the claim here. Earlier technical notes, interesting. Multi-view physical AI. Multi-view physical AI, blending real and simulated data for scalable embodied training. To be honest, until now, I knew nothing about Vidar, but my personal view in terms of where this is going, I think that training for the physical world is going to, of course, be a massive game changer, but the tech is still lagging behind if you want to compare it with its ChatGPT moment. I think that there's still a lot on the way there. So it's interesting. Maybe Vidar makes some moves. Okay. So why it matters. From demos to deployment, if time to skill drops from weeks to minutes, service robots inch towards viable unit economics. What this means in plain English is if you have robots that can do things that normally only humans could do, then you're going to have a lot more efficiency. So things are going to, the cost of a lot of these things is going to drop, is basically what it's saying. Okay. The big thing here, without reading through all this, is if you teach a robot to do something, and if it only takes 20 minutes like they claim, then that is an absolute game changer. I mean, that completely changes how you can approach anything in the physical world from a manufacturing, distribution, any of these standpoints. The game's been changed if this is true. We have not run any due diligence on this because we're busy. We're building companies, but this is apparently what is being claimed. All right, Salesforce. Wow, Salesforce. About 4,000 support roles cut as AI handles 50% of interactions. Guys, is this a surprise? Is this not a surprise? I think that you're seeing these trends continue. You can go all the way back to when Google made that first massive investment in OpenAI and laid off, I think it was like 10,000 people. Don't quote me on that, but if I remember correctly. And this is, I mean, a 4,000 support role cut. The one thing I will mention, it actually reminds me of this video I saw the other day, where it was this kid talking about how the job market's so tough that it's actually forcing him to follow his dreams. And I actually think that there's so much truth in this, that in a world where you have such fast improving AI, just what is the thing that you're the one of one at, that you enjoy, that feels like play to you and is work to others, something that you would want to do for free and that is aligned with your passion. And if you can tie AI into something like that or a process there, then there's a path to be followed. That's all I'm saying. But the difficult part here is that you have a lot of roles being cut. 4,000 is a lot. So let's read the news here. So AI agents are handling about 50% of customer interactions, automating outbound touches at scale. This is massive. Why it matters. If giant CRMs are comfortable with 50% AI coverage, that legitimizes AI agents and frontline workflows for the enterprise. Guys, these larger enterprises, they're catching up. They're getting, I don't know what to say. They're in the know now. They know that AI is here to stay and that it's going to change everything. So with that said, here's another sign, Salesforce. And yeah, who knows? Maybe Salesforce is going to have to start paying attention to MyWorker because our product is better. So they might try and acquire us. Who knows? Either way, this is news on Salesforce. Okay. So those were the big pieces of news that we were going to cover. It took a lot less than 30 minutes, thankfully, so we can go into our schedule for the day. Part number one. So guys, I'm going to show you a very interesting workflow here. This workflow, I actually showed our editing team this workflow the other day. Now I'm going to show you guys. So imagine that you watched a YouTube video or someone sent you a YouTube video and there's a lot of nuggets of information in there. Well, you could watch the YouTube video for 2 hours, which would help you retain it better, but take a lot of time. And we need to move quickly. I watched it because I was on the plane, but we're going to just pull out the insights here. So step number one, we're going to toss this into, the goal is to get the insights into actionable steps from that video. In order to do that, we're going to take the video and put it into a transcription service. So we have the entire breakdown, transcript, and timestamps for the video. We're going to take that transcript with the timestamps. We need to get knowledge from it. How are we going to do that? It's pretty obvious. You just toss it into ChatGPT, and we're going to give it a prompt. You're going to see how we prompt it live. And it doesn't have to be perfect, but we're essentially going to say, hey, let's get these insights, make a plan around it, and apply it to whatever we're doing. So that is what we're going to do. I don't know what it's going to spit out, but my guess is that it's going to give us some really good threads to tug on. And from there, we're going to figure out, okay, with the amount of time that we gave ourselves here, about 3.5 hours, how are we going to execute this? And then we're going to dive deeper with some secret hints that I'm going to give you, but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. So the goal, how are we going to take these incredible insights that scaled this company to $800 million very quickly? I think it was just in a couple of years. How are we going to take the best insights there and then build that internally at our company, MyWorker AI and SaaS mining potentially, and then start scaling up ourselves? That I think we can get done within less than 3.5 hours, to be honest with you. But we built in a little bit of a buffer, it seems like. So step numero uno. Guys, this is going to be, you are in for a treat, guys. An absolute treat. So I'm going to show you some new tools. So this first tool is literally called YouTube to transcript generator. Okay. I'm not even going to make this full screen. You guys can see the URL here. You're going to want to remember this tool. So that is step number one. So you might be thinking, what can I do with this tool? Well, what you can do with this tool is you can paste any URL in. And guys, I'm multitasking because I need to get the video, send it to myself, and put it in here to transcribe it. So give me 1 second. But this video is a very good video. Also, quick hack, if you do not have YouTube Premium, it's time to make that move. Okay. I'm sharing the podcast links with myself on Slack. And then we will run one of the best work sessions. Guys, if this is not the best work session that you have ever had, been a part of, or witnessed, then you have a right to unfollow and trash the video. But I'm telling you, this is about to be unbelievably valuable. And on that note, guys, like, subscribe, help us get you better content. Instead of needing to pay thousands of dollars for this info, you get it for free. All you got to do is subscribe for free. It's a pretty great deal. Okay, we got the links. So here, just so you guys can see it, this is the first video that we're pulling insights from. So age 23, $0 to $800 million, no marketing. So as I was listening to this video, my mind was blown. I was thinking, oh my God, there is so much wisdom in this 23-year-old's approach, so much wisdom. And I thought, we've got to do this. We've got to replicate this. And this is coming from someone who is deep in AI and deep in sales. And he brought even some new nuances to this. So it came out 8 days ago. So we are going to copy this URL and transcribe this video. Transcribing this video. And now look at this. It has timestamps for everything. And this, look at how long this it just transcribed this entire thing. 54 minutes. It's crazy how much knowledge was baked into these 54 minutes. So we are going to copy that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new chat, and I'm going to say, all right, so the purpose of this chat is to figure out the best way to implement the game-changing strategies from some YouTube videos that we watched. There are two videos in particular. We're going to start with one that is focused around sales. The guy being interviewed had so many incredible strategies, approaches, things along those lines. And we're basically going to try and figure out how are we going to take this and implement it in the best way possible within our organization. So with that said, let me know when you're ready, and I will fire over the transcript of the first video. All right, guys. So for this, maybe we didn't need this on thinking mode, but what I like to do here and what you just saw is we just chat with ChatGPT, almost like we're chat. Imagine that you've got a genius assistant, PhD level in all subjects. And anytime that you give them a task or ask them to do something, they take a week to go put together a response and then send it back to you. And then you have a time machine. And in that time machine, a week passes. So basically, you've got this unbelievable advantage over anyone throughout human history who has ever built anything of substance ever. And you have that at your fingertips to be able to work 24/7. So that is what we're doing. And we are imagining that we have that because in essence we do. And we work together to get things done. Now, if we were really trying to level up our efficiency, then we would likely do this on multiple tabs and get multiple tasks going. But that might be a little much at the moment, especially because we're streaming. We don't want to get too distracted here. If you're in a focus zone though, where you're not talking, you're only focused on getting as many different things moving, working in parallel, then maybe you go for a couple of different prompts. Anyway, this is what we got here. There's a implementation plan, it looks like, that it's putting together. And we're about to get rolling here. I'm also gonna, you guys can't see this, especially if you're on vertical format, but we're gonna I changed the model so it goes auto, because I don't want it taking forever every time we put in a prompt. Got things to do, companies to build, unicorns in the making. When you have unicorns in the making, you can't be waiting 2 minutes a prompt. All right. So while this is going, honestly, we'll just start with our next prompt. All right. Sounds great. Let's dive in. So here is the transcript for the first video. I'm excited to dive into this game plan. After you review it, let me know what you think the best next steps for us to start shaping the game plan would be, or if there's a different approach that you think we should be taking here. Okay. Okay, so it's still generating, but what we can do is we have that transcript copied. So we pasted the transcript. Now, the one problem is the transcript might be a little long. So this is the one thing where context windows come into play. All right, thankfully it was long enough. So guys, as it's going through this, I'll start to it gave a summary of the big things here. Probably better than what I would have been able to remember. So peer group infiltration. This was one of the strategies for sales. So whatever you're building, whatever your product or services, there are going to be those dream influencers, where if you had these influential people in this influential group, then everyone in the industry would automatically associate that trust onto you and your product. And so the big question becomes, how do you infiltrate that peer group? Well, they gave a number of strategies, but that is what this first bullet point is. How do you get into these influential groups of influence in any particular niche? It actually does cover it a little bit. One is to follow them and then compliment them and then give them free stuff. If you follow, compliment, and give them free stuff, then there's a chance you can infiltrate the group. So that was just one of the many gems of knowledge. And he talks through how to do that. And we're going to come up with an actual game plan here on how to do that. He's got a team of 10 under him. We've got a team of unlimited AI agents under us. So I think we can build out a workflow that can do this. Okay, so it actually goes further. So what do? You compliment on the first outreach. So the initial goal, you're not trying to sell them right away. You need to build a social connection with them. So yeah, compliment them. Easy. All right, free value hooks. So this one is very interesting. One of the things that he did was he would go, imagine, I don't know what niche you're in, but imagine that let's just take SaaS mining, for example. Let's say that you want to get in with the big influential people in Bitcoin. Well, you want to follow them, stay up to date with what they're doing, and then just message them. Give them a compliment once every 2 days, I think is what he said. So eventually you're going to be on their radar. Maybe they'll interact with your stuff. All of this builds credibility around your account. Oh, here's one other thing. Some of the times after he's gotten the response, he'll message them after and say, hey, I want to help. I just had my, this is what he said. He said, I had my designer in Ukraine make a logo for you, no charge, just thought it would be helpful, and sent over, basically redid their logo for free. Now, in reality, he wasn't working with someone in Ukraine. He said that he just tossed it into ChatGPT and then said, improve the logo, and then sent that over. Either way, he's given value. He's leading with value, right? So that's the first thing. Now, this actually was a genius insight here, this next one. Segmentation by distribution platform. So, okay, ICP. If you haven't heard of the term, ICP stands for your ideal customer profile. So that's everything from job title, industry, vertical, like what their niche is basically. But what he did that was very interesting was he segmented by distribution platform. So for example, if you're a YouTuber, like, yes, all these other things apply, but you know the other YouTubers that cover videos in your niche or in your industry. And so rather than segmenting to find these peer groups by, hey, a bunch of these CEOs in X, if there's a distribution platform that you can segment by that a lot of the people know each other on, then that's a peer group that you want to get into, where they know each other, or they at least respect that person and follow that person. So if you're associated with like a YouTuber that's just as big as them or bigger, then they're automatically going to give you that credibility. Genius segmentation tactic, almost like a new age ICP approach. So, I mean, guys, not to, harp on, like, beat a dead horse here, but kid's 23 years old and $0 to $800 million. I mean, what we're going through now and what he dropped in that video and what we're going to build, like, it clearly works. It clearly works. It makes sense conceptually, yes. And you might think, okay, this sounds good, but it clearly works. And what we're going to try and do in this video, and guys, I already have a vision for how we're going to do this, even though it hasn't been done yet, but we're going to do it in the stream. We're going to figure out how we can do what he's doing. And he's got a team of like 10 people under him, where he started doing it manually. And we're going to figure out how we can get AI agents to do all this. So instead of needing to do it like the old fashioned way, There's new AI tools. We're on the bleeding edge of AI. We're going to build our own system here. We're going to do it. I already know how. We're going to test it, but I already in my mind know how we're going to do all this. All right, so next one, CRM rigor. I don't know why I called it CRM rigor, but this is another important step covered in the video. It obviously is a lot of work to do this. You're tracking a ton of one-to-one relationships, conversations, things across different platforms. And at the end of the day, he said, hey, he had a CRM and he tracked it. And that's what it takes. I think that what he said was he had it where every 2 days he was making sure that he messaged someone on every single one of these channels. That's a lot of messaging, okay? So yeah, CRM, we're going to have to figure out the best way to manage our CRM to stay on top of everything. We have a very crappy CRM called HubSpot, but we're going to figure out a way to do all this. Anyway, gift-based differentiation. This one, he said, has actually been crushing for them. I think it's a good game plan. So everyone gets hit on some of these other channels, but one thing that he would do was he'd send gifts. You might very quickly with AI, you could research what the person's interests are and maybe get them a custom golf kit with their logo, custom cigars, custom X, Y, or Z. Basically, just get them gifts, personalized gifts. That is crushed for them. Okay, here's another very big one that he dives into. It's called referral velocity. So let's say that you got in with one of these massive customers, influencers. Actually, I'm going to cover something before this because it leads into this. So let's say you might be thinking, how do we actually turn this into money? How do we start generating revenue from this game plan? Well, of course, you need a product, right? So even if it's as simple as a wait list that you can start selling against, get something. Let's say you launch a wait list, launch a minimal viable product, your MVP, and you've already been building these relationships with these influencers. The influential niche, reach out to them and say, look, almost from a side of a mentor, they're the mentor, you're the mentee, say, hey, I would love to get your thoughts on this thing that I'm playing around with, this MVP. Think it would be really helpful, and maybe hopefully it could even be valuable for you. You've built a relationship with that person. You're not asking for anything, like really. You're just asking for advice. Lots of people would want to help, give advice. It's like a friend. If a friend calls you up, you're probably going to answer. So that is step number one. You got to get a product, get them involved in the iteration process, because then you'll get feedback. And when you get that feedback, that's going to sound pretty good. Getting some advice on the product, you're going to build a better product and you're going to get advice from the influential person. They're going to feel much more comfortable referring you to other people. But simultaneously, they're very influential. They're not just going to refer you. But those referrals can be so valuable. So sometimes people make them advisors. But what this guy said was, hey, he said that they tried doing a percentage of revenue, tried this, tried that. He said that the best strategy was he would say, hey, I'll pay you 10 to 25 racks, 10 to 25 grand. Just create a group chat with me and these people, and I'll take it from there. So very expensive, yes, but if you're dealing with someone who's making many, many millions, tens of millions of dollars, and getting them to actually do this for you, and that could lead to a tremendous amount of revenue, 10 grand, 25 grand, that's 1/50th of the value you're getting from a deal going through. It's a good plan. And then you get in with even more influential people. So that's another tactic that he covered in the video. Oh, advice framing. Pitch new products as seeking feedback. Okay. Here's another one. Here's another piece of advice that he's given that works really well. Entertainment and humor. So never do just following up, just circling back. All of that stuff is what everyone else does. It doesn't work. Just go for engagement and memorability instead of the transactional outreach. Send over a meme, a funny video. Send things like that. Don't do the just following up, just circling back thing. So that's also very useful. And now finally, product iteration. Build around one ideal customer and over obsess with their needs. So that is, at a high level, everything covered in this video. Now, the big question is, how do we turn this into a strategy? Let's see what AI came up with, and then we will come up with our own strategy. Actually, as we do this, I'm going to grab an energy drink. All right. I'm actually going to start with a protein shake here. So we ran through a lot of just pearls of wisdom there. Now the big question is, how do we have a single person build out an agent network to implement and execute this game plan in the best way? AI came up with a number of things here. Came up with the script, prompt, core. What's RICE stand for? The RICE score. Okay, it doesn't really matter. So here's the recommendations it gave. Before we execute, we're going to do some more brainstorming, but all right. Day 7 through 14. Okay, the timelines are already off. If it takes us 7 days to do this, then we messed up. So, quick wins. Launch entertaining follow-ups. So build a meme or GIF library to deploy in outbound. It's a good idea. That was actually an idea that I was going to throw out there. It already came up with it. Deploy complement to follow. So standardized complement templates around MyWorker. And then start an advice to ask pitch with 20 ICPs. Okay. All right. Build peer group mapping in CRM. Mind map, pipeline view. Define okay, so what I'm guessing, I'm going to explain each of these in case they're not making sense. So the quick wins, it just wants to build a library of the GIFs and of the follow-ups, all the outreach, sales, follow-up assets that's going to make it very repeatable and easy to execute the game plan. Then there's the infrastructure setup, setting up your CRM basically. So out of that influential peer group that you want to get into for your customers, building the pipelines for each of those different peer groups that you're going into. And then basically you're tagging and you're tagging this in your CRM based on the platform that you're going after. And then baking in a product feedback cycle. So all of that, super useful, super interesting. All right, I just got a message. My headphones aren't working. Can you chat instead? You know what, Alex? Any questions you toss in to the chat, I will do my best to answer. And he asked if we do games. We do games every once in a while. Late night after work, sometimes we toss on some chess. Maybe we'll do some Call of Duty. Maybe GeoGuessr. Okay, so for MyWorker agents, a complement DM agent, a follow-up agent, and a feedback pitch agent. All right. So this is the setup that it came up with. Now, here's what we're going to do. I think this is a good approach, but I think we need something more powerful. We need something better. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to chat. All right. So thank you for laying that all out. I think that the approach is very good, but in order to make it better, I'd be curious what your thoughts are in terms of the best way that we can approach this. And to give you a little bit more context around our situation, we are trying to figure out how we can do this in the best and most automated way possible. We've got Perplexity's Comet agent browser. We got the Max Pro plan. We also have ChatGPT's agent mode, the Max plan there as well. So we've got these capabilities in terms of how we can get AI working on different things, doing different things, and maybe there are ways that we might be able to automate different areas of this. But just basically with all of this in mind, we're trying to figure out the best way to execute this game plan, get the big outcomes that we're going for with the sales process, but doing it in a way where we have AI take the load off of as much as possible. So with all that in mind, would love to give you the opportunity to dive into depth, maybe even take another look at the transcript of the video and really begin to think deeply about how we can approach this in the best way possible. And just because this is a very important prompt here, I put it on thinking mode. All right, Alex James. I will respond to you in the chat. All right. So what we're going to do here, we're going to check the schedule one more time and see how we're doing on time. So right now it is 11:16. So we are actually ahead of schedule. This said intro and context for the sales org video. We covered that really quickly. We transcribed it. It built in 45 minutes to transcribe the video, guys. Clearly, it doesn't understand the tools that are available on the market here. So we're way ahead of schedule, actually. So right now we're in this stage. Brainstorm and apply lessons to your own sales structure, and then draft day one sales playbook. What we'll actually see if we can do, if we're way ahead of schedule, because we have until 2:30 planned, we could actually begin trying to execute this. So rather than spending all this time just planning out, we could actually test out the AI workflow that we built out. And then going into later in the day, by 2:45, we will dive into the other video, which is the influencer marketing brainstorming and how we can apply that to what we're doing. And I think that there is a little bit of overlap here because at the end of the day, those influential people in the niche, they could also be good influencers to get in with. So this strategy on the sales side could actually help us get the influential people on our team on the marketing. Disrupt Arcade. What's up, man? How's it going? And for those of you guys who are just joining, after you subscribe, of course, I want to catch you up on the amazing, guys, we're setting records I feel like we almost need to call up the Guinness Book of World Records right now and just, you know, tell them what we're doing here, because we are about to, I mean, this kid with the strategy that we're building right now went from zero to $800 million. He's 23 years old. It clearly works. Okay. It clearly works. So we need to begin leveraging some of those insights into what we're doing. So the prompt's probably done. All right, guys, here we go. Extracted plays. So we actually covered all of these things already. The peer group mapping, the follow-ups. Oh, it's still generating. It's like, this looks exactly the same as what we did. All right, here we go. Automation architecture. This is what we want. How are we going to get AI to automate all of this? It clearly works. Brought him to 0 to 800 million revenue. The kid's 23. We want to do what he did, but it takes a little bit of time, okay? Not all of us have 11 people working for us on a sales team. But when he was running this process, he was doing it by himself. If you listen to the podcast, he did it by himself initially. And then he hired people to help do some of these things. The big question that we're trying to innovate on is, how much can we automate with AI and do on our own so we can make a lot without having to go through this whole hiring process? By the way, I didn't have it on the calendar today, but I do have a hiring process going on that's a very important one that I'm going to have to do. But first, let's get the sales, let's get the eyeballs, let's get the capital from investors. And tomorrow, assuming that we can finish all that stuff today here on this stream, tomorrow we are going to dive into going through the applications for the CTO role at MyWorker AI. So, how's it going, Ritesh Prompts? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Okay. So this is almost done. I'm very excited to see the automation that it built out. All right, Alex James is asking what my favorite game is. My favorite game is probably chess, but I love Call of Duty. I just started playing GeoGuessr, so that's a fun game. And there's another game, actually. Some of my friends, they told me about it. They said that I need to play it on stream. Maybe tonight. If we can finish all this work in time, then I'll play it on stream tonight. You guys will love it. I know I will love it. I've seen some short clips of the game, and it's entertaining and it's hilarious, which are two important things for a great game. Okay. Let's see how this orchestration was built out. I'll be right back. Let me get a tissue. All right, guys. And I appreciate you guys for staying here and watching us make history, because the Guinness Book of World Records people are not here to witness this, unfortunately. But you guys are. Okay. Let's see what it said. So, segment mapper, comment. So, throughout here, we gave it the context. We've got top AI agent comment, top AI agent ChatGPT, and these agents can go out and they can do work for you. They can do research. They can actually operate a desktop to do work. And so that's what an employee would normally do. And if you don't have 10 people under you, then you don't have an employee to have do all these things. So we need to get the AI agents to do all this for us. Then you guys can do it, and then you guys can make millions of dollars. Okay. So the segment mapper, this was important. Builds peer group graphs, vertical and platform, outputs CSV of handle, name, followers, mutuals, connector score, all of this. Okay. So this is kind of like what a growth ops person would do. Okay. So step number one, we need to, of course, build that out. Step number two, connector hunter. So find 10 to 25 hubs per segment: podcast hosts, community owners, agency principals, estimate intro price band, drafts outreach angle. Okay, this would normally be done by your business development. So we need a business development bot, growth ops bot. Okay, the complement composer scrapes last 10 posts and podcasts, extracts 3 authentic compliments with links, and formats that. Okay. Then we need a DM outbound ChatGPT agent, pushes DMs from a send queue. Okay. Advice: first pitcher, when followed, replied, sends 2 questions, feedback. Okay, so there are a lot of agents here, a lot of agents. So I'm going to be curious how it actually has a segment this. Replaces bump emails, selects on brand gifts, means cadence. Okay. Free asset generator, ChatGPT and design tool, creates micro audits, site landing. Okay. Proposes 3 gift ideas based on interest, draft. Okay, so a gift coordinator, referral engine. Post meeting asks who are the 2 to 3 peers this would help. Drafts group chat blurb. Okay. And then the CRM scribe logs, integrations. Okay. So it's actually giving us the prompts on how to get these things ready. Okay, so at the end of the day, in order to see if these actually work and where it does work and where it doesn't, we're going to have to test it out. Thankfully, we built in a little bit of time to be able to try all this out. Okay, so it says AI first execution plan, targets, compliments, DM, advice, meeting, gift, referral. Okay, this is our sales process. Lead status: cold, followed, engaged, advisor, trial, customer, refer. Human in the loop, manually QA the first 100 sends per segment, then scale caps. All right. Okay, so I'm going to say this sounds like a great game plan. Now I'm trying to figure out how we take all this information and actually execute it. It seems like there are a number of things we have to do. One of those being just finding out how exactly we're getting the agents to do the work. I don't know if that's with prompts or some other way that you're envisioning, but uh, based on everything and what we're trying to do, what do you think would be the best next steps for us? And if we really wanted to just actually get started, execute this, and make it work, what would those next steps look like, and what information would we need? Okay. And as you can see, we're putting thinking mode on all these. All right. So Alex James asked, okay, his favorite game, CS. This is a very popular game. People are talking about CS. Um, I have actually never played Counter Strike, but I believe it's a fun game. I have played Fortnite. I was all right at Fortnite. Call of Duty is more of my game. But honestly, when I play these video games now, I'm not as good as I once was. I think the competition is a lot higher than when I was playing Call of Duty. As this is pulling up, we're gonna check some of our messages. Oh, also, guys, I'm not sure if you've noticed on the stream, but we have some new amazing internet connection. Our internet connection is unbelievable. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this upload and download speed. Have you ever seen 4,742 megabyte upload speed? This is crazy. Absolutely crazy speeds. And you want to know why? It was because our streams were sucking, frames were dropping. So I went out and I researched with AI who are the best, like who are the internet providers that could give the most upload and download speed. And I found a 5,000 megabyte, 5 gigabyte upload and download plan. And we got that set up. We got it plugged in directly to our PC, which does do up to 5 gigs. And look at this, we solved it. So that was also part of the delay. We didn't have we didn't have internet for a handful of days, and then I was out of town. But we are back now, record stream, and after this next step, to give you guys the heads up, we are going to actually build out the system live and executing this game plan. Going to build it out live. And in terms of the value per minute that you're getting, this said that just the first step would take 7 days, 7 to 14 days. We're going to do this in a couple of hours, at least the first part of it. Okay. So we have to, it says decide your segments, pick your execution spine, connect scheduling, and email and DM sending constraints. Produce 150 contacts. Write it. It writes 3 compliments per contact. Okay, and then free asset generator. Okay. Okay, so honestly, it says it needs this information from us. I legitimately think that we just ask it what it would be best to do, and then let it go. This sounds like a great approach. Could you dive into that research in terms of the verticals, platforms, segments we want to go after for MyWorker? And as you know, we're going after founders that have over $1 million in revenue. I think that, you know, those B2B founders, like there are a lot of influencers that these founders might follow. So those could be a good peer group to infiltrate. But let's let you think through what you think would be best, and then just take care of that, those initial steps like the segmentation. And I put it on auto. So you might be thinking, okay, auto versus thinking mode. Auto kind of just makes it where you're going to get the best results. So put it on auto. Right now, it's literally doing what an entire team would have done previously. Like the amount of work that the system is doing right now, it's unbelievable. Now you see how this 23-year-old went from 0 to $800 million. It's because there were smart, it was a very smart strategy and smart method, which we ran through earlier in this stream. Now we're trying to figure out how do we actually execute it with AI. You know, when he was executing a lot of this, the AI agents that can operate a computer on the web for you were not as good as they are today. Today is the worst AI is ever going to be, but simultaneously, it's the best it's ever been. And so, because of that, the way that we can approach building out this infrastructure and executing this game plan, we have more levers to pull than he did when he was starting out a couple of years ago. So, um, I can already see the plan starting to come together. It might seem like it's happening slowly, but it is a hell of a lot faster than going through and spending like 3 to 6 months to get a sales system set up. We're doing this live and we're trying to do it in record time, legitimately under 3 hours instead of 3 months. So, uh, yeah, it's a big difference. And just as a heads up, while we're working on this, I'm going to call my buddies, let them know that we're back. It looks like they might not answer. All right. So it's taken a little bit of time, but just so you guys know what it's doing, is it's trying to figure out who these segmentation targets are. So this is actually a very difficult task because what it has to do is it has to understand not only what MyWorker does, but who MyWorker's ICP is, and then who would be the people that would have influence over that ICP. Does that make sense? So if we're trying to get a bunch of founders with 1 million in revenue plus, who are those people following? Who has the biggest audience of $1 million plus revenue founders? Um, it's going to be, it does take some research to do. This is something that is not, you know, a very, very easy task. So it's working. But imagine how long this task would take normally. Like, just really think about that. If I told you to go and compile a list of all of the biggest influencers for this group and across different platforms and which platforms they're on and segment them by different platforms, that would take a long time. It would take a really long time. Just the amount of time and energy it would take you to go and search for all of these different people, all these different lists, figuring out who's big on YouTube, what these audience makeups are, et cetera, et cetera. This is a very, very long process and task. It's not easy. And so that's what the AI is doing right now. We'll see if it gets it right on the first try, because that would be awesome. But getting this created is, I mean, these things take time here. Okay, it said it failed to edit. So that is actually not good for us. Let's see what it ended up doing. Oh, it says that it's still editing though. It thought with 33 sources and then it failed to edit. Let's click out and click back in. Oh, okay, wait. It has an asset pack. Okay, so, oh, it's still working. It's still working. Okay. So let's see how it did. Did the upfront work, vertical platform, B2B founders in 1 to 10 mil. Let's see how the segmentation performed. Oh, it created the Comet task blocks. Okay, very nice. Once again, we'll see how well this performed. And you can read what's on screen if you want to kind of get an idea of how it. Okay. So it basically has it broken out by Twitter, LinkedIn, and then AI ML tooling for founders, X and YouTube. Okay. Oh, and then it gives the prompts to execute in Comet. All right, let's see what it actually created. It's the moment of truth. If this stuff is actually usable. Okay. What is going on here? Oh, this is interesting. So let me show you guys. So it looks like it created a lot of assets. Mean pack, emails. Let's see the email. Okay. See, I guess the big thing is that we. Oh, wow. I mean, it created like everything. Mention, connect. Okay. Okay. So let's figure out how we're going to do this. Let's see the MyWorker segments. Okay. Give me these 5 inputs, the agents. Start sending your MyWorker X handle and LinkedIn. Okay. So this is great. It looks like it can do a lot of it. All right. So we're still at the point where we need to find out how we can get this thing to actually do everything. I also think us organizing things over Excel sheets might be kind of difficult. I'm just going to talk to it and then see what it spits out. So I'm going to say, this is coming together really nicely. Uh, I'm still wondering how we execute this in practice. I know that right now things are still segmented. across a lot of different Excel sheets and all these different areas. I'm wondering, just from a pure execution standpoint, like how can we get everything set up easily? Is there like I don't know if there's some type of prompt or something that we can give to um, Comet or one of these AI agents to get the infrastructure set up, but I'm just trying to figure out how we can get AIs to do everything, like how to set up the infrastructure, make sure that the tracking all works, and then actually execute the outreach. And right now, it seems like we've got a really good block and base, but there's still a number of things that um, we still have ahead of us in order to get this as like a fully functioning machine that AI is going to take care of completely. Do you see it the same way? Do you think I'm missing anything? Like, what are your thoughts, and what do you think the best next steps would be? So this is going to take a little bit of time to execute. I can already tell that this is going to be a thinking prompt. So I will be right back. Oh, wait. It's going to be a thinking prompt after this next one. So it says, instead of juggling, pick a single source of truth. Maybe we can just get it to operate and do everything on Notion. CRM scribe agent. There, a simple dashboard. Unified the date. Or we could do it in HubSpot. First 100. Sounds good. I'm open to doing any of these, whichever you think would work best. So yeah, let's just pick a direction and go with it in that way. We have a Notion if you think that Notion would be best. Actually, in the podcast, he mentioned that he ran everything out of Notion. All right, I'm going to be right back as this thinks. Okay. Let's see what it said. All right. It's going to set up Notion. All right. So I'm going to just double check. I'm going to say, this all looks great. Could you do one final check to make sure that everything is working properly and that these prompts truly work when we put them in the AI to actually accomplish what we're trying to do? Please think through in depth to make sure that we address any potential roadblocks. Like, make sure that it actually works. I don't want it running into challenges and not being able to complete the task. Like, let's really try and think ahead and make sure that we get these prompts created, these final prompts created in the best way so they work. Okay. I'm going to toss that in. And honestly, I think that we can just begin testing out these prompts. So this is a very important piece. Very, very important. So let's take this first one, for example. This first prompt. What we do, toss it in here in agent mode. And then we paste in the prompt, Max Assistant. Oh, whoops. And then we just put that in. So I'll put that to the side. We'll let that work for a little bit. And just so you know, it's going to town right here. We're going to do another one. And for this one, whoops. Objective. All right, so this one is going to need the first one to finish until we can get started. So this one is populating our Notion. So I feel like we need to set up our Notion, though. That's the one. We need an agent to set up our Notion before it can populate our Notion. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to log into Notion on this other page. And as you can see, guys, this agent's working. And now we got this Notion page open, which was also built by AI. And we are going to start a new thing here in Notion. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I don't even know what prompt it's going to give, but I'm going to say, all right, in order to take this to the next level, we will need to get our Notion account set up in the right way. And so I am logged into my Notion on Perplexities with Comet, and we need to give a prompt that's going to get our Notion set up properly so we can even begin this whole process of putting everything in. So could you please build out the prompt that we're going to use in Perplexity to just get our Notion set up properly to run this whole process? All right. So here we go. It's finishing the prompts there. I accidentally just did something that canceled the prompt. What did I just do? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna toss this in. And guys, I don't know about you. I know it can feel like it's moving kind of slowly, but once we get this done, then it can just run on its own. Okay, here's what we're gonna put in. We'll put in this prompt. So create a motion page called MyWorker AI Sales Machine. Inside that page, create 8 separate databases with the following names and fields. There we go. So let's see it go to work. And honestly, while this is working, I think we are going to do our LinkedIn posts. We haven't been posting as much on LinkedIn. So we got to get back on our LinkedIn game here. I don't want to disrupt this. So here's what we will do. Oh, in case you guys haven't seen this before, this is Perplexity's Comet browser. We used AI to generate this prompt, and it's setting up Notion for us properly. All right, guys, just so you can see this, this is an image we built with AI, and we're going to use it in a post. So I'm going to create the post right now with ChatGPT. All right, here's what we'll do. So I'm going to say, all right, so we are going to create a new LinkedIn post. We're using an image that we created about building in public. So my idea for the post is how about we figure out the best way to tell a good story, maximize engagement, but also share what we got done on stream today. So, for context, we just streamed our 27th day building in public, and on the stream we covered a lot of things. This past weekend I was away and listened to a couple of podcasts, one from the CEO at Cluely and one from uh, Hunter Dickinson, who helped scale sales to 800 million. And what struck me most about these up and coming, like these fast growing companies, is that some of these uh, builders who are very young are seeing huge market success very quickly because they're approaching things in a new way. They're not taking the conventional way, and they're leveraging tech in a very interesting way. And so today on stream, we basically said, okay, what are the best principles that have allowed these young people to achieve very big success very quickly, and how can we actually implement those within our company at MyWorker? And so today on stream, we uh, basically turned the transcripts from these videos into ChatGPT to do some brainstorming with, and actually implemented and built agents that helped execute this game plan that they outlined in the videos. Uh, they're particularly around sales and uh, and marketing, and so that was the focus of today's stream. We got big things ahead for MyWorker. We're gearing up, chatting with a number of people on the capital raise side as we're preparing to select the lead and fill out our round, or open up our round. And then, what else would be interesting to include? I think overall, the big pieces are that we've been seeing a lot of progress on the building in public. It's getting better and better, and it's been really fun to be able to build with other people live. We're also getting ready to launch a series where we're bringing on other builders, hearing about how they're doing, and seeing if there are other ways that we could improve sales with AI in their business. So that's a segment we're getting ready to launch. And then we're also getting ready to launch a segment where we're bringing on other big angel investors. So lots of things that we're doing. I'm not sure if all of that's relevant to the post, but yeah, with all that information, let's make the best LinkedIn post possible. So as you can see, we're using AI for legitimately like everything. Got this monster prompt down here. All right. Now let's see. Let's see how this did. So the company database. Did this build it properly? So it said directly, but ran into UI friction in the slowed batch creation. Okay. Sounds great. Thank you for the update. Let's do it. All right. I will say that Perplexity's voice recognition is really bad. Like, look at this. It couldn't even do sounds great. Thank you for the update. Let's do it. They need to work on that. So Perplexity's setting up our entire Notion for us. While that's going on, we have AI that has just written this post for us. Let's see if this post is good. Day 27, building in public. Okay, misspelled Cluely. The common thread, fast growing teams aren't falling. Okay. So I think that this is good, but I think it could be a lot better. This is really interesting how it's building out the entire Notion database right now. So just as a heads up, what you guys are seeing here, this is basically how we're going to try and get our AI agents to work. So we're going to get our AI agents to go and perform the different tasks in the sales cycle in Comet. So, yeah. All right. So real quick, the LinkedIn post actually wasn't that good that it created. So what we're going to do is this is what we're building on stream right now. And I think that we just need to give context to what it is that we're building. So this is the context. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to put that in this LinkedIn post. I think this is a solid start. Just to give you a little bit more context, I'm pasting a little bit of the insights and work that we did on stream in here so you kind of get a sense of what we're doing. And then from there, if you could make the best final post for LinkedIn, then that would be great. All right, here we go. So it's thinking about the LinkedIn post. Let's see how this is doing with Notion. This is my first time ever trying this. So we're going to see if the browser agent's actually able to do this. Adding the page description, top of the operating system, complete all properties for targets, create the rank 7. Sounds like a great plan. Okay, so this is obviously taking a little bit of time, but the goal is that it's going to organize all of these different places within Notion, properly title these different areas, and then we can just then ideally we can give prompts to the other agents to do everything and then fill it out. Okay, so the LinkedIn post that this came up with now is much better. Day 27 of building in public. All right, so have this very interesting post. The big question is, will we be able to finish this? To be able to make this post live and truthful? Because this is saying that we finished the compliment to follow-up agent, entertaining follow-ups agent, advice first pitch agent. Okay. All right. This is a pretty solid post. I'll be real. Okay, we'll make one final edit to this. So I'll say, because perplexity is still going. So I'm gonna say, this is looking really good. Could you just do one final update here to make it the best possible performing post? And yeah, let's make it 10,000 times better if possible. That's a little hack. I'm not sure if you guys have watched me on stream, then you guys have probably tried this out. You're a pro, ChatGPT, but sometimes you just say, "Hey, make it 10,000 times better," which sounds kind of ridiculous, but sometimes it makes it, you know, 1,000 times better. So we will see if it actually is able to deliver. Okay, so we got another progress update. Finish configuring the targets properties. Complete targets properties. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. So what you're seeing right now, I'm not sure, I'm not like saying it out loud, but essentially we're at a little bit of an impasse here where it's not done, but it was running into a loop. And so I re-put in the first prompt. Um, so we'll see. We'll see if this fixes it. Hey, how's it going, Stephanie? All right, guys. Also, you're watching us build a couple of AI agents live, but if you are not subscribed, make sure you subscribe because we are going to be setting records on a weekly basis. We're pushing for daily, but weekly basis records will be set. Okay. We'll see if the AI can set up Notion properly. All right, here's the LinkedIn post it created. All right, day 27 of building in public. On the flight back, I binged 2 pods. Teams breaking up fastest aren't following GTM. They're inventing it in public and letting AI do the heavy lifting. So today on streaming this, how do we steal these principles and for the transcripts and ship 3 working agents live? All right, reads a prospect's content and drafts a 200 form. Okay, places just bumping this with on-brand GIF. Once there's a mutual, frames the outreaches need your expertise. Peer group infiltration, complement first, segment by platform, referral velocity, build for one ICP, then expand. Okay. Oh, we actually can send over some of these agent packs. Very interesting. Okay. So here's the LinkedIn post we're making, guys. Making this live. It's a pretty long post. Alrighty. Let's see how the AI is doing. All right, I'm on it. All right, We're still working with Perplexity here to get the rest of this foundation built, which is taking a little longer than expected, but we're still making progress. Okay. It's building it. It's okay. We're using the time to get this post created anyway. That LinkedIn post is almost done. All right. So Perplexity is working. The goal here is to get AI to do everything. AI is building it out. We're getting there. As a heads up, if this doesn't work, then we might have to re-hit the drawing board. It's fine if we do, but it's looking like that is going to become a real possibility. Okay, let's see what it's built. Okay, it didn't build it that well. So this is a limitation of Perplexity, unfortunately. So we're going to revisit the game plan. Gave it a shot. Perplexity's AI is not there, unfortunately. So this is something that we might have to run semi-manually. I wonder if GPT can do it. I'm gonna say it looks like Perplexity was having a difficult time even just setting up the Notion in the way that you laid it out. Would you be able to go in and set up Notion in the right way here in this chat if I log you into Notion? Fingers crossed, it would be awesome, absolutely awesome if ChatGPT could do this. That sounds like a good plan. Let's do it. So it's basically saying I create the new page in Notion and then it'll give me the exact schema to drag and drop. So yeah, I'm going to do that. So this is unfortunately all trash. Perplexity did not do a very good job with this. But guys, this is what, honestly, it's a lot easier now than it used to be. When you had the old GPT models, just getting a simple answer, something that's so trivial for today's models, would have required masterful prompt engineering. And so similarly, right now, you're in a very similar spot where sometimes things are going to be very unintuitive. The first thing you try is not going to work. Same thing with vibe coding. But yeah, here's how we do it. So you got to download this CSV pack. Okay, Notion import is what it's going to be called. And we're just going to follow this advice. So in Notion, drag each CSV into that page one by one. So we're going to copy this. And then here, share each database with your integration. All right, just to make sure I don't mess it up, I'm even going to have it laid out to me in detail. So I just want to make sure I don't mess this up. Could you give me like the exact step-by-step instructions? I just downloaded the CSV file. I created a new page in Notion called MyWorker Sales Machine. Now, what are the exact next steps I got to take here to make sure we get it set up properly? All right, yeah. And then we are legitimately just going to follow what it says to do. All right, guys. If you're still watching, I can see that there are 20 of you guys across all the platforms. Make sure you like and subscribe. That would be very much appreciated. If you don't like the video and you don't want to subscribe, then you don't have to, but it would be much appreciated. All right. Drag each CSV into the page. Okay. We're just going to follow what it says to do, guys. Follow what it says to do. Notion import. So I'm gonna drag and drop targets in. The heck? Oh, create database. I see. Maybe I'm just gonna click. There's got to be a table, and then turn into database. And then how do I import this? I got to get better with Notion, guys. Oh, import. Okay. CSV. Okay, import. It says import failed. Why did it fail? Unsupported format. Drag and drop a zip. All right, maybe. Okay, let's see here. Oops. Okay, so the sales agents, as I'm thinking about this, the sales agents might be a little bit more difficult than I had anticipated. We're going to have to figure out a way to get this working. We're going to have to find a way to get this working. So let's see here. So why isn't this working? I guess that's the big question. I'm going to literally ask. I'm going to say, when I'm trying to get this set up in Notion, for some reason it's just not working. I might be doing something wrong. I have the page open. When I drag the CSV from the zip, it just isn't setting everything up properly. So, could you let me know what might be happening and what I should do to ensure that I get this working properly? Okay, let's see. Okay. Here we go. You drop a CSV in Notion, and if you drop it inside text, Notion may make it an inline table rather than the fix. Hover over inline. All right, let's see here. Do this. Says choose turn into page. Maybe ask AI. I'm gonna say, um, oh, if Notion AI can do this, that'd be huge. You know what might make sense? Instead of giving it to Perplexity's AI, let's give it to. Ooh, that might actually work. All right, that would be huge if this worked. I'm gonna say Notion actually has an AI. So could you give the final prompt that we need to Notion's AI and see if it's able to build out everything the way that we need it? That might work better. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see here. So I will ask AI, paste that in. I can't believe I didn't think of this before. All right, so um, Dang, it can't set up databases through the chat. Slash database. Okay, let's see here. Slash database. How do I do this? Turn into a database. Okay. This is okay. You got to think here. What is the best way to do this? We're at like a little bit of an impasse. Should generate a database. Notion's AI is having trouble with it. Could you please find the best way to split it out so we can get Notion to actually take care of all of this? All right, maybe this will work. We're going to try this. We are going to try this. Ask AI. Did that just work? Create and view automations. All right, so I'm going to say I just filled out using those prompts and it created the tables for each, but all of the tables are empty. What would be the best next steps now to get all of those tables automatically filled with the information that we need? It's going to take a screenshot so it. I just attached a screenshot showing one example. We've got all the databases ready, but none of them are filled out. So what would be the best way for us to get this filled out? Maybe we can just import. Maybe that would work. I keep saying import failed. I don't know why it's failing. Create a Notion integration, copy the token, copy the database ID. Update your prompts. All right. So now we're going to build out the automations. All right, just to make sure that this is working properly, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say, sounds good. I'm down to go for option one right away, just so I understand it properly and we're doing it properly. Could you give me like the super detailed step by step of everything we need to do? I'm still not exactly sure how to do all this stuff with Notion and following those steps. So I just want to make sure that all the steps are laid out super clearly and we're doing it in the best way. All right, guys. As you can see, this has been a bit more of a grind to get to this point than I was personally anticipating. But that said, if we check the schedule, we had until 2:30 to get this done. It's not even 1 p.m. yet, and we're already executing the game plan. So what it said would take weeks to do, we're like in the midst of executing. And realistically, if we can get this working by the end, then we're going to be in good shape. Yeah. So we're going to try and finish this up by 2:30, and then we're going to go on to the influencer marketing side. All right. So we're gonna do this. Paste this into Perplexity's comment. So motion connections develop new integration. All right. I will be right back. And when I come back, we're gonna rip through this. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try and figure this out, and I'm going to turn on some music, royalty-free music on Spotify for as I do this. Brazilian funk. Let's go. We're going to get this done. Yeah, this is honestly a huge pain in the ass to try and do. So guys, as a heads up, the goal is to have this automated. If we can't automate this, we might have to do what the guy did and hire someone to actually run the process. Right now we're trying to figure out a way to automate it, but it just seems like we're going to see how much we can automate. So here's actually what we're going to do. Rather than setting up the whole piece in, let's see how it's. Let's think through this in more depth. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit more brainstorming with GPT. We're going to start trying to go faster here. I've been kind of going slow, trying to think through different solutions, but I think that we just need velocity here. So let's just see what we can get done. All right, so let's take a step back for a second. Right now, it seems like we keep running into different roadblocks, and the goal was to figure out how we can automate everything with AI agents. Now that we've begun going through the process, it seems like we're just running into a couple too many roadblocks with Perplexity's Comment Agent, and then the limitations of what you can do with ChatGPT's agent mode. So with that said, I want to figure out what we can truly rely on and maximize automation as much as possible, while also realizing that there are going to be some things inevitably that we have to fill the gaps with that might be related directly to certain parts of the process. So with that said, could you think through where those gaps might be, where the limitations might be, and where we might need to have our own more semi-manual process, and then others that we can have completely automated with AI? And let's start there and really go through and take a realistic view in terms of the maximum automation that we can get done here. So as a heads up, I think that what's going to end up happening is we're going to be able to automate a lot of the research side of things, but the actual messaging, staying on top of the messaging, and all of those pieces, I think we're likely going to need someone to actually run. Which is fine. I was getting a little bullish in terms of what the tech could do. That was a fault of me. Might have gotten your expectations a little high. I was excited. I thought that we'd be able to do this, but unfortunately, the tech's not there. Guys, I get the weirdest texts. It's so many people just texting me out of the blue. Someone just texted me, "Do you know who I am?" It's like, no, you just randomly texted me. Okay, so basically it's recommending that we use Make. Make.com. Is it time to learn Make, guys? This is going to turn into a very different approach here. Wondering Make versus N8N. We actually do have Expandy. Guys, we are at a crossroads of what to do. We might just have to bite the bullet and figure this out. Okay, before we dive in, I always like to do some deep research on things. All right, so right now we are at a very important crossroads in terms of the approach that we're going to take. This is a decision that's going to kind of dictate the direction of how we build out our automations and run things. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, should we be using Make? Should we be using N8N? Should we be using any other form of automation? How do we want to build this? What would be the best way to do it? And what would be the best way for us to approach this, leveraging AI to be able to get all of this created? I know that it's going to take a little bit of time to figure everything out, and we want to do it in the best and most efficient way possible. And ideally, we want to be able to execute this type of plan with as much automation as possible, and get everything working. And these tools, both N8N and Make, will be new for us. And so, like with everything said, I'm just brain dumping, but what do you think would really be the best approach for us to take and make sure that we get automation and everything built and operating in the best way possible, and also lays the proper foundation for us moving forward, so we don't have to come in every, like month and redo things, Oh. That said, we also want to make sure that we have as much automation as possible, so we're hyper scalable and future-proofed, and as the base tech gets better, our internal processes and everything work even better. All right, guys, this is going to be a very, very important stream here, because this is going to basically be like us automating our team, like building it up from the ground up. And it's something that I've known we've had to do for a while, and we're at the point now where can't avoid it anymore. We just got to sit down, grind through, and build. Okay, interesting. So it says start on make, and then it'll be designed in a way where it's N8N ready. Schedule aggregates. Fine. Okay. Let's see. All right, guys. We've been grinding. We got the funk going. We're about to make some big decisions here. I've been thinking through it, and I've been thinking, what is the right decision to make? We have another hour, 15 minutes before we change gears to work on the stuff from the other podcast. And it's been making me think. There's unfortunately limitations in terms of what we can automate with this strategy. Simultaneously, you have a plan that's clearly shown itself to work. And so as I continue to think through it, I think, okay, well, how do we get the best of both worlds? How do we get the system in place? And how do we simultaneously increase our sales and convert as much as possible today? And that actually brings us to what is scheduled in the stream later today. And that is, how do we manage all of the inbound that we have coming from LinkedIn? Is there some type of process or automation that we can build? It seems like if there is an automation or process that we can build, initially we should handle our hot inbound leads. Whereas we have this way to activate these influential figures in different niches, we still have hot inbound leads that we got to take care of.
Hi, babe. I'm glad you called.
I don't know what song just started playing as I was trying to explain this, but that's basically the situation. So how do we handle the hot inbound leads coming on LinkedIn? How do we automate that or build a process where even if it does take a little bit of manual work, how do we just throw something in the calendar and make sure that we're not letting anything fall through the cracks? And then building out this process, this is going to be a little bit more difficult. Not impossible, but a little bit more difficult. Actually, I think I just came up with a solution. I'm going to run it in my head, and then I will share it if it actually works. All right.
Hi, babe. I'm glad you called. I've been wanting to talk to you, too. I miss you.
All right, I think I just came up with a solution. All right, I'm gonna try and lay it out while it's fresh on my mind. All right, you can't ride two horses with one ass. I don't think that we should go on X quite yet. We've been working on LinkedIn. I've been getting traction on LinkedIn on my personal page and on MyWorker's page. So in order to double down and do this strategy on LinkedIn, I think the principles remain the same. That principle being, we go do the outreach sequence with a compliment, and we got to target those influential figures. So step number one, we got to create the influential list. We do some brainstorming with ChatGPT, create that final list, and then figure out a way to import that into a list on LinkedIn. So on LinkedIn Sales Navigator, we'll have our entire list, and then we upload that list into our outreach tool Expandy online. With that outreach tool Expandy, we're able to run a certain level of sequence where we hit them with compliments and the other things that we had mentioned on the outreach strategy. Then finally, once we get responses or we have people accepting the connection request, we build a separate sequence that hits our first degree connections. So those first degree connections, after they've already accepted, we run that other parallel strategy where eventually it ends with us asking for feedback on our product. Basically bringing them in. Okay, I think that works. I think that's a good strategy. That's slightly different than what was in the podcast, but it pretty much is just doing what he mentioned, but on LinkedIn instead of on X. So we can execute that. We can execute that one. And I think that's fully automated. The one manual part is we will have to figure out how to track and stay on top of the responses. Okay, I think that's a good game plan, actually. So we'll do that. I am going to talk that in here because I think that that is actually going to be better for us than building out this entire make sequence. Okay. All right, so actually thinking through it in a bit more depth, I have a strategy that I want to run by you. The strategy is that we're only going to focus on LinkedIn first. We're going to initially try and figure out who all of the top niche influencers that we want to target and get those into a list on Sales Navigator. So we'll do the research with ChatGPT agent mode, and then we'll try and port those into LinkedIn Sales Navigator. Once we have the Sales Navigator list, we'll upload that into Expandy and then start running our sequence to those people to build them as connection requests. So we'll have two sequences. We'll have one that initially opens up and gets someone into our orbit through a cold message, and then we'll have another one that we can run separately to people who are already in our network on LinkedIn. And so that's the idea. We're going to leverage Sales Navigator, Expandy, ChatGPT, and then maybe some other browser agent API that might help with intermediary tasks to keep this running smoothly without us. So that's the idea. Could you dive in? Let me know your thoughts. Let me know if there's anything that you think that we can improve there. Yeah, that's it. What I like about this is I feel like we can actually execute this. Habuda. What's up? For those of you who are wondering what I'm saying, someone said hi on YouTube. So if you're on a different platform, you didn't see the message. Also, make sure you subscribe. We are changing the game here live. The game was one way, then this channel appeared, and now the game's another way. So some people are stuck in the past. Would you rather be stuck in the past or building the future? It's a question to ask. It's a great point. We got to sequence our logic. We don't want to end up in LinkedIn jail. See, this Notion database hub, the tracking stuff is always a pain in the ass. All right. Honestly, this plan looks solid. Instead of taking weeks and weeks and a month to execute it, let's see if we can get it done in 45 minutes. So I'm going to say this sounds like a solid plan. Let's dive right into execution right now. What do you think would be the best approach for us to make the most of our time and get things rolling in the best way possible? We don't wait around here. We act instantly. One second, guys.
marginal. Eu falei pra novinha que hoje tá no grau. Ficou viciada na pegada marginal.
All right, let's see here. All right. This sounds like a good game plan. Let's dive into figuring out the best target profiles that we want to add to our list on Sales Navigator would be. Please dive in deep and figure out the best ones for us to target and build relationships with. All right, so we got Sales Navigator up. You want to know what might actually be a good idea? Now that I'm thinking about it, what if we just made posts that tag them? This seems like a great list. I'm wondering if you think that it would be better for us to just do private DMs or actually do posts that are about their philosophy and then tag them in the posts. Which do you think would do better? Sounds great. Let's dive into deep research on each of their philosophies. That way we've got the bedrock to be able to make different LinkedIn posts that will end up tagging each of them. All right, guys, we've kind of iterated on the approach this entire time. All right. That sounds like a great approach. I like the strategic blend that you came up with. Could you please dive into research on each of the individuals on our target list along with their philosophy? That way we can begin with a good starting spot in terms of when we're trying to create the final posts that will reference each of them in your strategic blend. All right, guys. So this is a slightly different approach, but I actually think it might be even a little bit better. So what we're going to do is we are going to make individual posts that are related to each of them, and we're going to tag them in those posts. So that way we're still running a separate sequence on LinkedIn with Expandy that's actually supposed to be filling out our podcast series. And so I want to keep that running. But this is going to allow us to actually post publicly, which might actually help us even more than just DMing them. All right, so the next couple of big things we're gonna focus on here. We have angel sequences going out from a separate stream we did where we're getting guests set up for our podcast. I think we need to actually figure out how we're gonna handle that schedule and slotting those guests in, probably developing a Calendly link, and then after that, I think it's going to be, it's just going to be getting these posts done. All right, so you guys can kind of see what's going on here. These are the people that we're going after. We have their philosophy: founder-led, selling early, hire execs when signal justifies, community-powered go-to-market, peer learning, curated exec circles, methodical founder-led sales, instrumenting activity and outcomes. All right, Lenny's newsletter, ongoing weekly episodes. So it just seems like there's a lot of great angles and posts here. We actually have a call coming up in 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video from my company, SAS Mining. And in particular, what we're interested in is our CEO just gave a presentation at the Baltic Honey Badger 2025. This is an amazing talk. I've told him that I would share it, so that's what I'm going to do. All right. So I got a call with a bank in 3 minutes here. We might have some cool partnerships, sponsorships coming down the pipeline. Just because it is an initial call, I met with him in person, but I didn't run by doing it on stream with him. So while I mute myself and hop on this call, I'm going to play this talk. So for context, SAS Mining, my last company, it's a company that, just like Coinbase allows you to buy Bitcoin, SAS Mining makes it easy for you to start mining Bitcoin. And there's this whole discussion around Bitcoin mining, why it's important. A lot of people might know the basics in terms of, hey, Bitcoin doesn't exist without the Bitcoin miners and the Bitcoin mining network. All the properties that make Bitcoin special stem out of the Bitcoin mining protocol, and the Bitcoin miners make the Bitcoin network possible. So with all that said, there's some new ideas that our now CEO talks about in this talk here, and we posted this on our channel, SAS Mining's YouTube channel. I'm going to play it here for you guys so you guys can kind of get a taste for how the conversation around Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining has evolved, but also more importantly, understand the history of Bitcoin, understand how mining plays into the history of Bitcoin, and really just have a chance to hear directly from Ken Halliburton, CEO at SAS Mining. I'm really grateful to have worked with him for many, many years. And as you'll see in this talk, he is an absolutely incredible leader, a very deep thinker, and I think he's innovating a lot in the space of Bitcoin mining. So with that, I will pause the music, get ready for my call, mute the mic here so you guys can't hear the call, and then and you guys are in for a treat. Then after that, after this call finishes up, we will dive into finalizing the posts and approach for all of those people that we just researched. I'll actually get the prompt in real quick. I'll get agent mode on. Thank you so much. This is an amazing start. Could you please continue building on and adding to this list for all of the information on all the people that we want to target here on LinkedIn. Once we finish all that up, you and I can brainstorm on coming up with the final posts that we will end up posting to LinkedIn. But until then, let's finish up building out the list, doing deep research, and making sure that we have everything we need to create the best final posts. All right, so that's going. Pause that music and then mute my mic.
If you're wondering why I'm still talking and not inviting the next panelist, is because the stage is being rebuilt. However, I can talk a bit about the next presentation. It's going to be about mining, and I really enjoyed what this person wrote recently on Twitter. Most people, so I'm going to quote him. Most people miss the real story behind Bitcoin mining. It's not all machines and megawatts. It's men and women showing up every day, solving real problems and rebuilding pride in forgotten communities. Beautiful. I think with this, I will invite Kent Halliburton on the stage. He's the CEO and co-founder of SAS Mining, and he's going to talk about, or at least the name of his conversation is going to be about Bitcoiners must mine. That's a statement. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Not that we should mine, or maybe we can mine, but we must mine. That's what I'm here to talk about. Before I do, I just want to say how grateful I am to be here. It was about 6 years ago. I was living in Portugal. My wife's Portuguese, and so lived there for 6-7 years. And I used to go to this place called The Block. and work with this guy. And he'd just come back from the Baltic honey badger, and the passion and excitement that I could see from having been here always put a little note in my mind of like, okay, someday I'll get to be here. And it's wild to me that I get to not just be here, but get to talk to people that have inspired me on my journey. So grateful for that experience. But why Bitcoiners must mine? I'm going to get into that. But before I do, I want to first address a point that I don't think I've heard many people talk about, but Bitcoin is a 0 to 1 innovation. We've heard that a lot. What I haven't heard very much is that it's actually 2 0 to 1 innovations. And the first one we know and love and appreciate, the fact that we can send value anywhere on the planet in an uncensorable way because of the decentralized ledger, the blockchain. The second, though, is when we created the first block, we also created the ability for anybody to participate in money printing, right? We decentralized the money printer. So as long as you obeyed the rules of the Bitcoin network, you could generate and create your own Bitcoin. And that simple fact is actually quite profound. So when I say Bitcoiners must mine, I think it's first important to define what a Bitcoiner is, because I've not actually heard a definition for this. So this is what I'm going to use throughout the presentation, although it may not be agreed upon. But what I see is Bitcoiners are people that have chosen to save Bitcoin instead of fiat to build a better future. And I think the key distinction there is that word save, because something seems to happen psychologically to people when they start to save in Bitcoin. And that's the point at which they cross the Rubicon and start to see the world differently. And the reason for this, I believe, is because having lived outside the US for about 11 years in 3 different countries and traveled fairly extensively, I've seen that people use savings for the same thing over and over again. And what are these things? The big life events, right? And a lot of this is driven by biological needs and urges. But the first one is just that buffer that allows us to handle situations of emergency, right? And I won't touch much on that because that's just kind of the first step in savings, in my opinion. The bigger ones are actually things like housing, marriages, our retirement, education. All of these events, what they have in common is the fact that they actually help propel us forward in our lives and in our future and help to build out the future generations. And these happen regardless of the cultural civilization. These seem to be fairly common. So savings is fundamental, and hard savings gives us something truly important to stand on. So I try to think of the moment in time when I was saving dollars, right? Coming from the US, that was the focus. I was saving dollars, and it just felt like instead of having this hard ground to stand on, it felt like I was in a hamster wheel, right? And spinning around, trying to keep up with it all. But having chosen to save in Bitcoin, it feels like I'm standing on this firm foundation, and that firm foundation gives hope. And I think that's super important. You know, hope.com is something Michael Saylor purchased. You hear that word come up a lot in Bitcoin, and it's because it orients us towards the future. And there's something really important about being oriented towards the future, and it's because it's extending our time horizons. And when we extend our time horizons, you know, most of us believe that we're more than our 5 senses, and that aspect of ourselves that's more than our 5 senses, it's timeless. And so the more we extend our time horizons, the more we align with that aspect of ourselves, and that puts us in our best behavior, I believe, not only as individuals, but also as societies and civilization, right? And so we start to protect the future generations when we think in this way. So there's a prototypical journey that most Bitcoiners go on, and I think we've all, well, most people I talk to have been on this journey, where you buy a few sats on an exchange, you see it go up in value, you buy a little bit more, that was a good thing, and then pretty soon you start thinking, wow, this is maybe too much to keep here, maybe I want to store it myself, so you get a hard wallet, and then maybe after having a hard wallet, you start to feel a little better, and now I'm going to get a node because now I want to be able to transact and not be censored, and then pretty soon you start to think, well, maybe I should get a multi-sig setup so I can be really secure, and then the last stage in the journey, I think, is mining, and arguably, it historically has been the first stage in that journey. What am I talking about? Little known Bitcoin acquisition history. So I rarely hear this point talked about, but if you meet an OG, and an OG I define as somebody from the 2009 through 2012, early 2013 time period, if you meet somebody there, you see that they have a fondness for mining, and it's because you couldn't run Bitcoin at that time without mining. And so that was the primary way that people during that time period acquired their Bitcoin. Now, something fundamental shifted around 2013, and I personally believe, although I'd love to talk to a Bitcoin historian about this, but I personally believe that it was Coinbase. Coinbase opened up and made an easy-to-use user experience for people to buy Bitcoin. And suddenly, the timeline shifted. We had a split. Now, most people started to acquire their Bitcoin by buying it instead of mining it. All well and good, but there's been some unintentional consequences. And these unintended consequences are, it's divided buyers and miners. Now, I will ask you, just quick show of hands, how many people are miners here in this room? That's more than I typically see. A few. How many people are buyers? Most of us, right? So you go to any Bitcoin-only conference, and what you'll notice is there's not many miners. If you go to a mining conference, there's not many Bitcoiners. Our community is divided. And I think that that's led to some unintentional buyer amnesia. And what I mean by that is mining has sort of become this odd thing that's kind of left off in the corner, and because it's unknown, it seems like some people in our community sort of almost have a fear of it in an odd way. And this misalignment, because we as a Bitcoin community aren't mining, I would argue is part of the reason why downstream of this, we have more mining centralization. So before going into the mining centralization, I do want to talk for a minute on why this happened, because I think it's fundamental if we want to actually move forward and try to address it. So the first one I've already mentioned, which is convenience. The second one, so these are a little out of order, but the second one I'm going to address is supply and demand. There is a fundamental driver if you want to buy a big amount of Bitcoin to go buy it rather than mine it, because when you mine, it's a bit at a time, right? You're spreading it's like a DCA process, so you can't buy in bulk in the same way. Now, I personally think that the mining community has also let down the buying community, because we've not actually delivered a platform to make it as easy to mine as it is to buy. And the reason for that is just self-interest. People have said, hey, cool, it's better if I mine for myself than try to help others. You know, the picks and shovels hasn't gotten so far in our industry. And the last point is a bit subtle, but you know, exchanges, their primary revenue stream is making money off of the exchange from Bitcoin to fiat, right? They take a cut of that. And so they don't have a lot of interest in driving people to mine either. So they're totally happy taking that revenue stream, and frankly, mining is a competition for Bitcoin acquisition. So let's talk about mining centralization, because this concerns a lot of people, including me. And I would argue that we have actually allowed the mining centralization to happen. And the reason for that is because we as a community have been buying instead of mining to acquire our Bitcoin. Had we been mining, we would not have allowed the mining centralization issues to happen, because we would have felt the network threatened and we would have worked to try to avoid it. Now, that's a counterfactual I can't prove, but I am going to make a couple points about mining centralization that I think are pertinent to that thesis. So, miners are primarily chasing fiat on the Bitcoin network. Now, that may sound odd, but if you're a publicly traded company, you have a fiduciary responsibility to return dollars, not Bitcoin. So by definition, you're using Bitcoin as a proxy to get more dollars. And that's a lot of the hash rate on the network. And you can see that there's other centralizing forces that have happened. So this was as of just a couple weeks ago, but about 47% of the hash rate on the network was aggregated in two mining pools, Antpool and Foundry. That's just two necks to choke to be able to double spend a Bitcoin transaction, shaking the whole faith and confidence in the entire network. That's not much. That's worrisome. Now, there are solutions in place. You know, Ocean mining pool. There's other Stratum V2 mining pools spinning up to try to separate this a bit better. But the other one is the hardware. The supply chain right now for mining rigs is 65% dominated by Bitmain. Again, single throat to choke there. So the solution is we must mine. There's no way around it. And I think there's actually three, instead of just sitting here and finger wagging at everybody, I actually think that there's three reasons. One is economic, two is moral, which I've done a lot of moralizing already, but three is strategic. And I'm gonna go through each of these. So the first one is the daily cost to mine a Bitcoin. So we've got a nice calculator on our website that portrays this, but this very simple fundamental fact of how many sats you're getting for the energy you consume, turning that into a price point is something that I display this to many people, and they're kind of surprised. They're surprised to see that for $40,000 less, you can be dollar cost averaging through electricity into a Bitcoin position. And I think the reason why is because a lot of people have conflated dollar acquisition for Bitcoin acquisition. So when you get into mining, you have to make a decision. What is my money? What am I trying to get? And unfortunately, people have analyzed this and tried to put together Bitcoin acquisition and dollar acquisition, trying to trade cycles, and it's really confused people. That's the fault of the mining industry. But if you're a Bitcoiner, you want more Bitcoin. So if you want more Bitcoin, how should you be looking at this? Well, easy. Am I getting more sats by buying or by mining? That's it. And so from that standpoint, it actually doesn't make a lot of sense to talk about ROI. I mean, you've got a 0 to 1 innovation here. It's the only way to generate new Bitcoin. And I will say that again, because it took me about 2 years being in mining to make that realization. It's stupid simple, but Bitcoin mining is the only way to generate new Bitcoin. So why would we put dollars into something and then evaluate how long it takes for dollars to come out? You want to see what is the price of the Bitcoin that I receive. So trying to get people away from an ROI mindset and instead a comparison to the exchange price mindset is part of the journey here. The second one that I actually think is more important right now as the walls of the surveillance state have been closing in on us is the wild sats, right? I don't like to talk about them being KYC free too much because of the regulatory eye of Sauron that might come down on us. But the reality is this is a hardware-based experience. You're converting electricity through hardware into Bitcoin. And as a result, it's not in the banking sector. You know, it's not subject to those regulatory walls. And if you're able to get more sats for your dollar, well, it's a shorter time frame to fiat independence, right? Which I think is what most of us are working towards for ourselves and our families. So the moral case, alignment matters. And I've touched on much of this already, but you know, having our social layer here all participate in mining, that's going to put skin in the game for our social layer in a way that right now, just by being part of the ledger, we don't have that same skin in the game. And that makes our network less reliant on corporate profits, you know, the quarterly cycle. I've worked for a publicly traded company. Believe me, these publicly traded mining companies are making decisions that are not always in the best interest of the network when they're deciding when and where to deploy hash rate. Our network becomes more decentralized as the ownership spreads out, so that's helpful. And our community becomes more united. Things like the op-return debate that flared up earlier this year would be much less likely to happen. So the strategic case to mine is probably the most controversial of the three ideas I'll throw out there, but I believe our behavior right now is being driven by Gresham's law. What do I mean by that? I mean that we are driven to get rid of our bad money and hoard the good money. And you can see this right now, I believe, because the liquidity profile for this cycle is fundamentally different than any of the other previous cycles. Regardless about what the actual number is on exchanges, and the best data I see is about 2.4 million, the balance has been drawing down for the first time this cycle as price has been going up. That's different. And I believe that that's a function of Gresham's law. And if you look at just this isn't Bitcoin's total addressable market, but it's global M2. This is the liquid money that's sloshing around the globe right now. It's 95 trillion. If you tried to price all of the Bitcoin right now and move it through that global M2, it's 360,000 times as much, right? So it would be trivial for all that Bitcoin to disappear, be locked up, turned into collateral for loans, it just seems obvious to me that that will wind up happening at some point, and that'll move us to an earn phase from a buy phase. So getting involved with mining sooner than later is a strategic angle. So Bitcoin is a ledger and a legacy. I love this picture. And at some point in my life, I'll probably make a trip to go see this particular cathedral. But I love this picture not because of the cathedral itself. This is the Milan Cathedral, but because of how much time it took to build it. This cathedral took 589 years to build. And I cannot imagine any project that humanity would set out on today with the time frame of 589 years to completion. Here's the thing, though. That's the time frame of our project, Bitcoin. If we don't have that mindset, if we don't align with that sort of a time horizon, we're not going to be successful. We're not going to be successful in separating money from state. And we're not going to be successful in securing the next generations. So I see this as not just a strategy to mine, but fundamental responsibility. So how you mine honestly doesn't really matter to me. I just want to see more of us doing it for all of the reasons that I've listed. Whether you're going to go get a bid axe, a hash rate heater in your home, whether your buddy down the street is hosting a few mining rigs and you want to throw in with them. But what we've created at SAS Mining is mining as a service. And it's a fundamentally different approach, and it's fundamentally different because when I came into this industry, coming from the rooftop solar industry, we're building hundreds of rooftop solar systems all over the US each month. And I realized that nobody had come in and optimized for the one thing that you have to optimize for if you're going to deliver mining, which is trust. There's no way for me to have possession of somebody else's equipment without that being a trust-based relationship. There isn't. So thought long and hard about how to do it and said, look, I could make money selling hardware. I could make money selling electricity, but if I take a portion of the block reward now and build my entire business based only on that, now I'm not feeding myself unless I'm delivering for my customers. So that's how we built the business model. And we do that, so no markups on electricity or hardware, carbon-free power in all the locations we are, Paraguay, Norway, the US, and I actually fly to Ethiopia in 2 days to go check out our next opportunity. But our customers own the mining rigs, they own the serial numbers, it's their Bitcoin all the way through, we never touch it, we just have the mining pool split off a portion of it to us as our revenue stream, and so we only earn when our customers do. So that's us at SAS Mining.
All right, guys, as a quick heads up, just got off my call. It was good. We got some exciting stuff on the way. I'll leave it at that. But because this is almost done, I'll let the final minutes play out, and then what we'll do is we'll get back to work on what we were doing. So super exciting. We're gonna finalize some of our sequences, and then from there, we will dive into the influencer marketing breakdown side of things. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, we had some great podcasts that we listened to this past weekend. We've implemented a lot of the learnings from the first one this morning. We're still building out the exact automation, all of that, but it's a great game plan. We're going to be executing that. And then the other plan that we're going to begin executing is the lessons from this other podcast. So we're going to have to dive into that as well. So a lot of things going on, a lot to keep track of. I'll start getting things prepped on my side as you guys watch the rest of this video. We've got actually less than a minute left, so not much.
And Bitcoin is hope. Jeff Booth's book, The Price of Tomorrow, was probably the most important thing to move me from a rooftop solar career into Bitcoin mining, having that energy background. But there's a sort of an old saying from the 60s that we're riffing off of here, but plug in, turn on, and stack yourself out of the fiat system. Thanks so much.
All right. How many people are on their way running to mine at the moment? Wow, this is more hands than before when Kent asked about the miners, so that's good. Anyhow, we are...
All right. Why Bitcoiners must mine. You heard it here first. All right, so it looks like our AI research system is still diving into researching these people that we're going to be targeting on LinkedIn. So what I'm going to do here, just to actually stay organized, is I'm going to call this like. All right, looks like we're getting a phone call, so I'm gonna call him back.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm on
Hey, man.
stream, just as a heads up, but just saw that you
Oh,
called.
you're good, yeah. Yeah, I saw you were streaming, but I figured, I don't know, how's everything going?
It's going well, man. Yeah, I've had an action-packed stream today. Organized it
Mm-hmm.
similarly to how we laid it out. So did the news at the beginning, went through trying to implement a sales system from this podcast that I listened to. We just
Mm-hmm.
finished that segment, and now we're about to move on to implementing this other segment that it's basically the insights from a podcast with Cluely, CEO. And so they've been
Okay.
blowing up really quickly. So both of the systems that we're trying to learn and implement today are from some of like the fastest growing companies in the world, who are built by really young founders.
Awesome. Great, man. No, that's great.
Yeah.
How were you feeling with structuring and planning out? How did it go?
Honestly, I think it's super helpful, because then there's always kind of like a guiding goal for where we're at and what we're doing. And I kind of know where I am. It also time segments it, so it puts a hard cap on how quickly I need to do things. So,
Mm-hmm.
I was going through this system previously earlier this morning, and I was running into some roadblocks. So it kind of had me take a step back and say, hey, I need to approach this in a different way to finish it in time.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually
Makes
think it's
sense.
making me more efficient.
Yeah. How long have you been streaming today?
So far, just under 4 hours.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
pretty good.
Also, I have the new internet. So my upload speed is, dude, it's crazy. It's like over 4,000 megabytes.
Mm-hmm.
And my download speed
Okay.
is also crazy. That both are over 4K, like 4,000 megabytes. So it's like I got the 5K download and upload package from the Wi-Fi provider.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
I also
I
changed
mean,
the
that's
settings, so the file sizes should be a little smaller for you after the stream.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that because I saw you streaming and I was like, oh, let's make sure. What
Yeah.
what did you change?
I changed it from 60 frames per second to 30, and then
Okay.
uh, uh, and then there was one other thing that I think I
Bitrate?
changed. Sorry, what was that?
Bitrate, maybe?
I actually left the bit rate at 8,000, uh,
Mm.
but there's a preset in the encoder, and I used to have it on high quality, and I moved that down to medium quality.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the encoder, it based on my research on ChatGPT, it said it wouldn't affect anything. The one thing it might do is maybe slightly lower the quality if you take a freeze frame.
hmm Okay. The frames per second, was there any way was 30 as low as you could go? Was there not a 24 option?
I could have lowered the frames I could lower it even more if we need to.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Just wondering why 30.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I recommended because when I was doing some brainstorming with ChatGPT, it recommended a couple of another thing that I did was on the rate control with CQP, I moved it from 16 to 20, which also lowers the size of the file.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't wait to check it out. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure you were able to change those.
Yeah. So I think with
Okay.
all these things, the file is probably going to be, I mean, it's going to be probably, if I was to guess, about 25% the size as it was before.
Yes, yes, absolutely. It should.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Maybe
I
like
don't know if you've had a
30%.
chance to check out some clips from last week, or from this week, I should say.
Sorry, one more time?
If you had a chance to check out some clips where we took better, advantage of this changes in settings and recording separate cameras. And,
I actually did. I was trying to send some yesterday, like right before my flight took off, and I was messaging you. I wanted to send some stuff, and I guess, and I don't think it ever sent. And then I forgot to follow up. But dude, I really like some of the like the editing's getting much better. I like just even the things with the sound effects and just the way that things are displayed. I noticed I actually took a screenshot because I wanted to send it over saying I like how you did this.
Mhm.
Let me see if I.
Yeah, we've been testing a couple of not so crazy editing things, but different, different to what we've been doing so far, because we also now have the tools that you're giving us, right?
Yeah,
With the better resolution and the streams were also better planned out last week. So there's, a huge difference.
yeah. Like even
Yeah,
this
yeah,
thing,
I remember.
like putting the where should we begin, like whenever I'm talking to the AI, like that, even this, like the little things, I think it's just getting so much better.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I agree for sure. I was trying to replicate saw a video with a similar style and figured it fit because well, there's one that's a bit more exaggerated. It shows a bunch of stuff on the top half whenever you're speaking of let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I watched every single short form video, and then I skimmed through some of the longer ones just because I didn't have
Hmm.
time to go through and watch every single one. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I really think that the short form we're continuing to hit our stride, and it's getting better. Also, just the overall retention, like I think that the yeah, just overall the stats are all trending in the right direction.
Hmm. Yeah, for sure. Like I said yesterday, Instagram stabilized, thankfully. Like I can see the curve because you have access to the graphs as well, right?
Yeah.
For the insight. Like it's um it's way above what it was last week. And increasing not too fast, but at least we're going, upwards. TikTok somehow came back to life. I've been posting twice a day on TikTok, and I think it's been performing pretty well. Um, and then YouTube is great. We're at almost 180 right now, I think.
Yeah. Last time I checked, we're at 172 subs.
Yeah, yeah. And I think you're streaming. Well, everything helps because we have the shorts, we have you live streaming, and we have the long form we have been doing all right.
Hmm.
But it's the shorts that have been doing most of the heavy lifting. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we're at 172. You're right.
Yeah. I think with
Yeah.
the, especially now that I'm going to be hitting live streams again, the live stream quality is also going to be a lot better now that we got the better
Mhm.
internet.
Yes. Yes.
Because we were having a lot of drop frames previously.
Hmm. Perfect. No, that's great. And I've also been talking to the designer about the screens. I've been trying to find examples of what, of ways in which you can organize your, the visual aspect of your live a lot better. So we'll get over that probably on the weekend or next week. But I wanted to see if you received a document regarding the visual identity.
Oh yeah, let me open that back up.
Awesome. We can also do it later. I don't know if I'm interrupting your stream.
Oh no, it's fine. I mean, this is like a nice little, I'm gonna pull it on stream actually.
Yeah.
Right? Let's see
Awesome.
here. It looks like, yeah, we've got 21 people watching right now, so maybe get some feedback.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is, I got it pulled up here. Yeah, this is actually the first time I'm looking at it on my computer, and it looks way better than on my phone.
Yeah, I imagine.
Also, if I'm sniffling, it's because I'm a little sick at the moment.
Yeah, I'm traveling.
Yeah, I just didn't really sleep that much, and
Mm-hmm.
it was the first time that I've been, even though I haven't been sleeping a lot, I've been very healthy with everything, but my diet and just overall activities over the weekend weren't conducive to staying healthy. So I think I came down with a little something.
Yeah, makes sense. That's usually how trips go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what are your overall thoughts on it?
I think it looks really good. Even the merch is sweet.
Yeah, it's proof of how your logo fits in every, not just on paper.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I feel like the images are still kind of blurry and down here though.
Let me take a look.
Is this with the higher quality?
No, the thumbnails?
Yeah, the thumbnails.
Yeah, they're just examples. He probably used like old picture, like he probably picked any stream just to have the example.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah, he probably was like, oh, I need a photo of him, and I didn't specify which stream had like the HD ones and which one were the old ones.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I like the brand book, man. Looks good.
Yeah, so basically applying, the logo is the one we chose. And I think it's pretty clear, just the way in which the colors are applied, the backgrounds are applied. There's this texture that we can use that is the chosen one, which is like this waves of dots.
Yeah, I like that.
Examples of how it's not supposed to be used, the margins. And then that's it. Like that's generally, what your brand should be.
Yeah. Dude, this is sweet.
Yeah, and
I can't wait to snag this merch.
So far. Sorry?
I can't wait to snag this merch. I'm going to be wearing this everywhere.
Yeah. No, we actually made a clip of you and Andres picking, building the merch you guys, did on stream.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was pretty funny. I don't
Yeah.
remember how it performed, but I thought it was very funny.
Yeah. No, it's I'm honestly it's really fun working with Andres. I really like working with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man. I'm excited to see this in action. So I guess the next what do you see as the next best steps for us?
Well, it's basically we wanted to wait to see your feedback. Maybe you wanted something different. Maybe you didn't like the font, maybe you didn't like the waves, or you know, just to see your opinion.
Yeah.
I told them to hold before doing anything else until we got your approval. Because you can see like the cap, the merge has that pattern, that dotted pattern on the. I don't know if you
Yeah.
can see it from right there. So like he did put a lot of effort into this. But yeah, I told him to hold until we have your approval.
Okay. Yeah. No, it looks good.
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
Mm-hmm. And I guess step 2 would be trying to apply all the this design into creating the files for the thumbnails, for the clips, for the I guess you've seen some of the long form content we have. I did like a watermark of your brand using the logo, stuff like that. Like, I think the first thing we're going to do is try to build using these assets, stuff that can give all the clips and all the files like this touch, so everything feels like it's part of your brand.
Yeah.
And then there's also the screens, which we have to go over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Also, while we're on the phone, what are your thoughts in terms of how the long form's been going and like the editing styles? Just overall, like if you were to brain dump all of that.
Yeah. The long form have been doing, I guess, decent. We haven't reached that peak again since that video of you reacting to a video, but we tried a couple of things. Like we wanted to not only get your side of the news and tech, but we also wanted, like I tried doing a bit of gaming as well. So we got a clip of gaming just to see how it would do. But overall, the video that had the most editing, which is the one from stream 25, that I wanted it to have the best editing possible. I did like, I'll send it to you. It for sure has more editing than any other long form we've done. It's the one where we wanted to apply a more a different style of editing. However, once we watched it, it was kind of difficult to get the Hormozy that we were talking about, the Hormozy style, just because it was more of an interview, what you were doing.
Yeah.
And it's very different than what I had in mind for this video. So we didn't end up doing the Hormozy style video, but I did make it a more deep interview clip. So we did try different stuff for the editing. Having your additional camera was like amazing because I could play around with between both of you sharing the screen, him sharing only him on the screen, only you on the screen, and that gives a lot of more energy to the videos than just you two talking.
Yeah.
But it ended up being just the interview itself.
I see. And this was stream 25 you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Which video was it called again?
I sent it to you through WhatsApp.
Oh, on WhatsApp. Let's see.
Mm-hmm. The second link. Yeah.
Okay, let's see it. Oh, I see. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna.
Sometimes it's really crazy. You could have everything perfect except for one little thing, and you just tweak that one little thing. And it's like I just tripled my views or whatever.
For those of you guys who don't know, TY's. All right. Very cool. So, in terms of what we've learned, what do you think we might want to do to continue to improve our approach?
Well, I guess what we spoke last time was we wanted to have, more, long forms that were not just uploading the segments of the stream, but actually looking like an edited YouTube video, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it works really great for an interview. Like, I think just having a segment with somebody, just like 1v1 with somebody, is great. But if we do want to try something more like the examples we spoke last week, I think that if we want to achieve that, we're going to have to like grab you talking straight to camera regarding a topic. That's the best way I can see us being able to take advantage of that and actually playing around with a lot more editing. Similar to, I sent you a TikTok right before I sent you that YouTube video.
Yeah.
Which is similar to what I want to try out, both
Okay.
in short and long form.
Yeah. Let me check it out.
Mm-hmm. That's what we wanted to do, but once we figured out, we realized it was an interview, we realized it wasn't going to work. So we just shifted to something else.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember this clip actually. Tried to go live on Twitch since then. All right. Yeah. It's pretty cool. All right. Awesome, man.
Mm-hmm. So it has, how you liked, the image you sent me has that waveform of you speaking with chat. It has that too.
Yeah.
A different level because you spoke about more stuff that I could like get images and videos for, which is what you would need to do for us in order to do this. Let's say you want to have a long form of you talking about news regarding Elon Musk or whatever. Hopefully it's structured in a way in which I can do all of that for the clip,
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like everything's trending in the right direction, and then there are a couple of other things that maybe we could try out. Have you checked out Diary of a CEO before?
Yes, I have.
You know how they do their intros where they have all these like cliffhangers?
Yes.
I feel like that could be something that maybe we test out.
Mm-hmm. Do you mean in clips or long form?
Well, ours, we'd have to approach it kind of differently, but for example, in Diary of a CEO, there are going to be times where, like, if you watch their intro, they have a bunch of like clips that are almost like the highlights, and they leave you on a cliffhanger right before they cut to the next part. And I feel like that could be something that would really get people to want to stay. So it's like you find the clips, and you could even maybe in the transcript ask where all those clips would be for like the best cliffhangers, and then just have those segments edited in the way that kind of Diary of a CEO does it, to really just like with the sound effects and with everything, just really get people on the edge of their seat during that intro.
So basically the clip working as a trailer for the full interview.
Exactly. And I think that we can play around with both because, Diary of a CEO, they're doing interviews. So they're clearly going to have certain questions where it can be framed around the questions. But what we could do potentially is just take that concept after you upload the transcript to GPT, say, hey, we want to take this type of approach. Could you find the segments that we could use to have the best like cliffhanger throughout, all compiled in at the beginning, and then just basically do it exactly like Diary of a CEO does it, except it would just be based on the segments from the stream, you know?
Yeah. Yes, for sure. Actually, we kind of have that because we have the YouTube video of you talking to Tyler,
Yeah.
which is the long form. And then if you can go to TikTok, there is a clip called AI. Let me send you the link, which is the clip version of that video. It doesn't, I guess it's technically not a trailer, but it's kind of like a summary of what the long form was.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that I think we're actually doing a little bit of that. Like, I think it's actually pretty good how we're kind of uh like we're going to a high energy segment or something that kind of hits that. The big difference between how we're doing it now and if you look at Diary of a CEO is they take the whole episode and then they'll find like multiple cliffhangers. So they'll leave you not just like with one, but they'll hit you with
Yeah.
like one and then two and then three and then four, and like all those pieces that are really going to be like, oh, you kind of have to watch the whole thing to get that outcome and hear that. They layer all of that in at the very beginning and build up all this hype. So when you get into the
Yes.
podcast, you know that all of that's coming down the pipeline. Whereas with us, it's taking you to that high energy segment, but it's not leaving that like cliffhanger and doing that build up in the way that Diary of a CEO does it.
Yes. Yes, for sure. No, I exactly know what you mean. Of course, in this case, this particular case, there was the. I mean, it was like I said, it was a good interview. However, probably there wasn't like enough wow moments in your chat with uh, with Tyler, which is probably fine, which is fine because you didn't have probably this in mind when you were having the interview, right? Um, but if that's something you want us to try out, then it's probably good that if you know Tyler's coming to the show, have a list of questions that can probably get him that you know, to get those cliffhanger moments out, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, like come prepared with like knowing what those are.
Yeah, obviously not like full scripted because it's gonna look fake, but at least something, you know, to push him to, you know, throw facts and throw stuff that is like good for us to build a trailer or something like that.
Yeah.
Which works perfect. Yeah, like I still want us to, well, when we get a chance, probably Saturday, to find the best way to like segment, you know, pick all the segments you have and want, so we can start structuring that for your following week. So, you know, so you can have an interview segment, a gaming segment, your stream, your general stream segment with news and everything. And I don't know if you want, I don't know, there was one more. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, probably like those three. And find the best way to exploit all three in different ways. So if you do an interview once a week, it's probably not going to be as impactful because probably Diary of a CEO, how often did they release one of those clips?
I'm actually not sure.
I was looking it up. It doesn't say dates, right? Okay, they release probably every 3 days a long form.
Okay.
So it's like something like that. If you want to have like the interview segment, make sure you have at least 2 to 3 interviews a week.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine because you do anyway. And then the new segment. And if you want the gaming segment, because that's something that looks like you enjoy doing quite a bit, either chess or the geo searcher or whatever,
Yeah.
or like we did a Call of Duty. I don't know if that's something you want, but you know, just have everything scheduled. Make sure we can have those interviews, so we can plan out and have 2 to 3 trailers released a week, plus the clips, plus the gaming. Let's say on Fridays, even though you do it throughout the week, we release them on Fridays, something like that. Just like make sure we have all of those decided, I guess, all the segments decided, so we can start organizing them, having different thumbnails for each segment. Obviously within the design that I just showed you, but so people know, oh, this is an interview, this is the stream, this is the game,
Yeah.
Because if you go into the YouTube, if you see there's like 2 different, which is the most recent thumbnails, which align with the design I just showed you, which is the green and the blue.
Mm-hmm.
That's a way in which we can like have people know that they're different things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like the blue can be the stream, the green can be gaming, let's say, and then we can have one different one for interviews. So it's you and the guy on the thumbnail and, their name or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. The one thing that I'm trying to figure out how maybe you have some ideas, is how we increase the click-through rate on the thumbnails. Because right now it looks like the green ones have been like surprisingly low click-through rate. Like they're anywhere from 0.6 to 0.9%, which is actually lower than the click-through rates we're getting on all the other thumbnails.
Mm-hmm. I haven't opened this because all of this was uploaded yesterday.
Yeah.
So I haven't opened it yet. But yeah, which is a possibility for sure. It can also be that like it's the first time we're having a full gaming long form, so that can influence in a way. People be like, oh, I don't care of them playing Call of Duty,
Yeah.
Regardless of the thumbnail, So yeah, there's like several elements to it, but if it doesn't land and it's not working, we can change it up. Of course, like I said, we're testing still.
Yeah. Yeah, I think right now we're still in that experimentation phase where we're still looking for like the thumbnail approach that's going to get a high click-through rate. Like it looks like the click-through rates, they've been very varied. So maybe this week we experiment with some more thumbnails.
Yes, well, we're doing that every 2 days, regardless.
Yeah. So I think we'll be getting some good data over the coming weeks.
Yeah, I think green, we're keeping that for today. Actually, for yesterday's, which I haven't posted yet. But then for today, tomorrow, we're switching again.
Yeah.
To a different design.
What are the experiments we're going to be running with the thumbnail, like on the upcoming one after the green one?
I don't know. I haven't seen the new proposal from the designer.
Okay.
They're probably they just know that they already have the colors. They already have like patterns that they're following from the visual design and the logo and the colors and everything. So they are like already following. Everything's flowing slowly, but we're all in the same direction. So they'll probably try something different than both of these, but we'll still have one of the 2 colors, maybe both colors, maybe some, I don't know. I have to talk to them.
Yeah. Did they look through remember that sheet that we went over with like all the advice on like thumbnails and like all that stuff?
Yes, which is kind of like the green one. The green one kind of applies some of that idea, because I thought even though the blue ones look great to me, they don't like say much, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know, it just has the text in your face, which is great. It looks fine, but it doesn't say much, like to like stand out too much. Like all four look the same,
Yeah.
which isn't necessarily bad, but I don't think we're taking advantage of clickbait, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. As long as we're running like the experiments, I think that what might be helpful is just staying on top of each of the like which approach we took for each thumbnail in terms of like what hypotheses we were testing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So whatever the next
Yeah.
thumbnail thing is, whatever the things from that list that we went over of like approaches, if we run through or at least know that we tried those out, then we might be able to copy whatever principles work, or even just like copy the types of thumbnails that other like big YouTubers adjacent niches are doing and maybe make a slight shift and see if that performs well.
Uh-huh.
Like almost
Yeah.
prioritizing that over the over like matching the exact brand colors. I mean, we could
Yeah.
implement those as well, but I think that really just nailing and getting that data up is the top priority before we
Yes, for
pick
sure.
the final brand.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. Out of all the designs, because I think we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different long form designs. Which one do you think stands out the best to you?
In
Like if you
reality,
just skim through.
I think in terms of the thumbnails, it's hard for me to explain, but like I don't think any like we've hit the mark on it yet, if that makes sense. And I know the data
Yeah.
has shown the same thing, but I feel like uh, what might be helpful is just copying people that are doing it really well and just using that as a
Mm-hmm.
starting point rather than
Yeah.
like trying to reinvent the wheel ourselves.
Yeah. Is there
So
any specific channel that like comes to mind?
yeah, I think that if like the ones in that ChatGPT list that we went through, I think that like if we just try like one day copying each of those and then afterwards, after whichever one performs the best, like one day is like Mr. Beast, one day is like Hormozy, one day is like or like, every 2 days. Every 2 days,
Yeah, yeah.
then the next one's like Diary of a CEO, the next day is like, and so we just run all those tests and see how the click-through rate is on all those. And then the
Mm-hmm.
top performing ones we'll run some more variations on.
Yeah. Do you have the thumbnail chat that you sent me? I know it's in our WhatsApp chat. I just can't find it.
Let's see.
Oh, thumbnail strategy improvement. I think I found.
Um, let's see. Also, if you look in the creative director blueprint and then editing style research. Yeah, so creative the chats on the left hand side are creative director blueprint and editing style research. And then you'll see in the style DNA index, there's Mr. Beast, Hormozy, Ali Abdal, Yes Theory, Casey. We can add Diary of a CEO and basically just like test out each of theirs, you know?
Mm-hmm. Editing style and creative blueprint, right?
Yeah. I'll share the threads with you so you have them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Level notes.
Have you guys been using ChatGPT's? Like, have you guys been using these? Like those chats we created?
Yeah. Yeah, we have. But like I said, like once we not necessarily for the thumbnails, like more than anything to structure the long form like we wanted to. But like I said, it was like too different than any of the examples to like replicate. Dead space.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take a look at this. But yeah, that's I just wanted to give you an update how everything's been going.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. Is there anything specific you would like me to try before our meeting on Saturday?
I think that the big thing would just be us going through how everything performed and then seeing what like the approaches were, like seeing, okay, whichever ones we try, like the Mr. Beast thumbnail or the Hormozy or whichever one you do, then just see like, hey, let's see how this performed, you know, and then compare it to some
Mm-hmm.
of the others.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I also wanted to let you know that we've clipped every stream on the drive. Today we're closing 8 and 7
Okay.
because we've been going back since you haven't been streaming this week.
Yeah.
We've been going backwards, and we're finishing 8 and 9, 8 and 7, which are the last on the list.
Yeah.
I guess the only one we're missing is 26, which is the off-screen one,
Yeah.
and 14, which we had that problem. Which I guess you weren't able to upload the
Oh,
full
yeah. Thank you
14.
for reminding me. Yeah, I can
Yeah. But
I can upload 14 now, and I uploaded 26.
yeah, I see it. So like 26 and 14 are the last two we have of the archive,
Yeah.
and then everything we do from there is daily.
Okay. Awesome, man. Yeah. Well, I will have this one's going to be a long one, so I'm going to have this uploaded after today. I know that we basically got a yeah, I'm probably going to stream like another like 5 hours today. So it'll be
Really?
like 9.5 hour stream.
Jesus. Okay. Are you having anything special though?
What's up?
Are you doing anything special, like an interview or playing something?
I think the big thing on this one is we are going through a lot of building. So we built the previous one out, and then like the sales system, we're going to run that, and then we're going to do an analysis and run a strategy for the marketing side. Then we're going to do a little bit on the pitch setup side, and then maybe tonight I'll play some games.
Awesome. Perfect, man. But yeah, like awesome. I like that you're streaming a lot because the best performing TikTok so far have been at least one of them, which is your interview with Tyler, was 3 minutes long, and I
Mhm.
could see how fast that was getting views. For some reason it just stopped out of nowhere, but it was getting views quick. It got
Mm.
like 500 on the first hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then it stopped for no reason. For some reason, I don't know. I don't know why, but it was doing pretty well. I thought it was going to be our first 1,000, but uh, but yeah, and the only difference is more editing, but also longer. It was three
Yeah.
minutes long, you know. So that's probably something that I'll try today and tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, you guys doing the experimentation, trying these new things, it's huge, and I think that it's inevitable that, eventually we're going to hit the mark on some things pretty well, and then just keep doubling down.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're on 65 on TikTok right now.
Yeah, it's growing.
Awesome.
This is going to be an awesome stream. I know that I'm not sure if you can tell I'm kind of sick, like stuffy, but yeah, there's a lot to do on this stream. And I mean, I'm personally just super excited for all the stuff we're doing right now.
Mm-hmm. Awesome, man. No, I'm excited too. But
All right.
I'll leave you to it then.
Sweet. Well, if you need anything, feel free to hit me up. And yeah, I will, I'll stay in touch with you over WhatsApp.
Yeah, for sure, man.
All right. Peace.
Bye.
All right. I need a tissue. How's it going? Christian Live. Nice to meet you guys. All righty. Let's see what we got. All right. We're going to play some more copyright-free music. All right, so we did a bunch of research on this. We create a new, I'm going to call it marketing. So here's what we're going to do. All right, so we are going to dive into some of the lessons that are in this podcast that we listened to this past weekend. For context, it's with the CEO of Cluely, and he discusses a lot of different things. In particular, I'm going to be very interested in diving into the marketing and influencer marketing arbitrage opportunity that he discusses in the episode. So yeah, the overall goal, just so you know, that we're going to be working towards by the end of our work together in this chat is coming up with a concrete, actionable plan that we can execute that will help us maximize our impact on the marketing side and leveraging the best insights that come out of the conversation that he had on the podcast. So if that all sounds good to you, let me know, and then I can drop the transcript for us to begin diving into the work. So guys, I'm about to give you guys a little bit of a heads up for what the rest of this stream is going to look like. So, step number 1, we are going to dive into, or I'm distracted here. I'm just going to do it one by one. So, the focus that we're going to dive into right now is we're going to basically do exactly what I said in this prompt. How are we going to leverage the best insights from this podcast? We're going to put it in here, get the summary, put it into GPT, start brainstorming, come up with a game plan, and then execute it. So that is exactly what the game plan is. After that, I'll pull up the schedule so you guys can see. We copied the transcript. Awesome. Here's the transcript. Yeah. Take your time to go through it, and then we'll figure out the best next steps. All right. And while it's going through that, here's our game plan. So right now, it is 3:13. So we're running about 30 minutes behind, but we're about to be ahead because we're going to knock this part out through the transcription way ahead of 4:45. And so basically it's just us applying this strategy and then executing it through 6 p.m. And then at 6, it says that we're taking a dinner break, but obviously we're not doing that. So we're about to be ahead of schedule very quickly here. All right, marketing plan development. Put that in there. All right. All right, let's see what it says. Controversy as a marketing edge. Trojan horse growth. Short form content. Okay, so the short form content, he sees that as the once in a generation edge. Just happened. Did we just lose the chat? What just happened? Oh, okay. I don't know what happened there. All right. All right. Plant and expand community and culture. Don't be mainstream from day one. Dominate a tight cultural niche. Expand outward. Collabs work best when audiences overlap. Content houses fail because they're too broad and cringe. Spend millions on... Okay. That's what he's doing. Create clip moments. Anime featuring Clueless as the protagonist or throwing the first massive tech company raid. Influencer arbitrage. Influencers are undervalued. Company that owns culture, owns distribution, owns product. All right, Trojan horse hooks. Short form dominance. 50 to 100 clips a week. Subway Surfers gameplay. AI, green screen explainers. Stunt clips. This sounds like a great plan and great next steps. Before we actually dive into executing this game plan, let's take a step back real quick and think through everything in depth, see if there's anything else that we should be thinking through, should be focusing on, if we're letting anything fall through the cracks. The reason why I really want us to take our time and focus before diving in is because once we commit to a direction, it's going to take some time to execute. So let's start by really thinking through this approach and see how we can make it as good as possible. Like, is there a way to make it 10,000 times better? We're going to put this on thinking mode. $50 to 100 clips a week. Seems like a lot. So meme overlays, Reddit stories, Subway surfers, gameplay loops, AI green screen explainers with bold hooks, cold calling, 100 CEOs live with AI. All right, let's see what it says here. Pension over supply of quality content. Short form to creators is underpriced highway. Simple use cases that spread cheating on X. Span to the real product. Win a niche, tribe, parlay into mainstream. Edgy narratives. On a sharp, memorable frame. Let's see. Week 3 to 4. All right, this plan is pretty solid. I just read through it. All right, I just got to think of how we're going to execute it. All right, so with that in mind, what do you think would be the best way for us to execute the plan if we only had one person working on and managing it with AI? As a heads up, I'm streaming every day, so I can take clips from my live and have the editors edit them afterwards. So I'm able to do anything on stream. I can record anything, and we've got a team to edit them. But with that said, I know that there's a planned an approach that we can do that would be best. So with that in mind, could you think through the strategy and figure out the best way for us to execute it? All right. This sounds like a great plan. I say we do it. All right, guys, we actually have a decent amount of inbound coming in right now. So this will take our marketing to the next level. This is good. A lot going on. It's like, how do we juggle it all is the big question here. So I think I just have to, momentum wins, guys. Speed and momentum is huge. So let's just go into execution mode. This sounds great. I think that we should dive in and do it. We already have clips being pumped out. The big thing that we haven't started doing yet is leveraging creators, mid-sized creators, and finding ways to really have them amp us up. So with that said, yeah, I'm happy to follow and execute whatever game plan you think would be best for us to keep the ball rolling in the best way possible. So this actually perfectly overlaps with what we were doing before. I think that instead of targeting Twitter, let's focus on Instagram. Yeah, I think we need to focus on Instagram DMs. So I think we can actually go about this in a smarter way. I think Instagram, honestly, just so we don't get spread too thin, I think we initially start with Instagram. Yeah, let's start with Instagram. I think this is a good start. I'm trying to think through if there's a way that we can leverage, if there are any Instagram tools on the market or something that could make it easy for us to just begin interacting with other creators on Instagram. Like, I'm thinking that we start complimenting them on their posts before we do any personal DM or outreach, and at least get on their radar in that way. Now, it seems like it would be very time intensive or manual if we had to start doing this ourselves. So I'm wondering if there are like any types of tools on the market that will make it easy for us to identify a list and then engage with them automatically through comments, or like just basically giving them compliments on their posts. So what do you think would be the best way for us to go about doing that? I feel like it'll be a lot easier for us to get them to want to help or engage or provide feedback after we've built the relationship with them by commenting on their stuff first. All right, let's see. All right, manual liking and commenting for top tier targets. That is annoying. Three to five creators. All right, we might have to do this one manually. All right. All right. Well, in this case, I don't think we need any of these tools. I think that we'll just do this manually, unfortunately. It is what it is. We can basically get one person, outsourced VA, to maybe stay on top of this. But yeah, we'll put together the list, which I guess is part of the more difficult part. All right, so we are going to try and put together the final list of influencers then. It seems like there's not really a perfect way to do it scalably and automate. So we're going to need to build the relationships a little bit more manually, unless you see a better way to do it. Once again, it would be great if we could find a way to have maybe even AI doing it in the browser on LinkedIn. I'm not sure. But yeah, what do you think would be best? Can I hit you up later tonight after I hop off stream? Thanks again for the help, man. All right. Sounds good. Thank you for diving into that. How about for the time being, let's just dive into creating the final list of influencers and people that we want to target. And then after that, we can figure out the best way to actually execute the strategy. All right, so a quick heads up. We're gonna create and target the people. So this is on YouTube, actually. I feel like we wanna target, I mean, YouTube would be good, but I think we wanna target Instagram. Tier 2, startups and SaaS growth creators. All right, tier 4. Yes, that sounds like a great approach. Let's do it. Also, I think that we want to focus on Instagram initially. Or actually, now I'm like thinking through if we want to, how we want to do this. This sounds like a great approach. I'd be down to do this. I'm just wondering what the best way for us to manage it would be and gather all this information about all the people and engage with all of them. Alrighty. Thank you for the follow, Razor. How's it going? All right, so as a heads up for those of you guys who are joining, we're trying to execute an influencer partnership strategy here. And so we're going to figure out what platforms we're going after them on and how we plan on engaging with them on all these different platforms. Actually, maybe I might have an idea how we do this. What do you think? Do you think that we should focus only on Instagram initially, or we should hit all the different platforms the way that you outlined it? I'm open to doing any approach. As a quick heads up, our biggest audience is on Instagram and LinkedIn. Okay. All right. I like this approach. All right, guys. So our biggest audience is on LinkedIn and Instagram. We're going to double down, find some partnerships and creators that we're going to work with on those two platforms. See if we can get some customers that way. Simultaneously, we're running two other campaigns. One is to investors, and one is to founders. Last one is these influencers, and then I think we'll have a good snowball machine. Then after, later on in the stream, we're gonna come up with automations to make the scheduling of guests coming onto the stream very easy. And then I think after we have that, we're gonna have a holistic view where we're pumping out clips, we're getting influencers to push us for marketing, and we're gonna be getting more customers. All right, Razor, guys, Razor is out here dropping some knowledge. One of our newest subscriber I just saw. So he said he uses AI for his business and how it works on paper. AI has a very high success rate, potentially 100%, but in practice it's different. And so, yeah, we got to take all that into account here. Here's what we're doing. All right, so I love this approach. I think that it's a good approach. Let's do it. Let's focus on Instagram and LinkedIn and come up with the short list of the top creators that we should go after with our personalized approach on these platforms to build relationships with, and then ideally get some partner deals going. Does that sound like the right approach to you, or would you do anything differently? Let's dive in. And in case you guys can't see it on the screen, I'm given these prompts we speak into the prompts because typing's too slow. All right. Perfect. Yeah, could you dive into all of the research and flush this out for us in the best way possible so we can just execute it? We're going to toss this on thinking mode. Okay. This is going to take a second. We've got, let's actually see how we're doing on time. So here's the schedule that we're following. I'll be right back. All right. Here we go. So far, we're ahead of schedule, guys. Look at this. We would still be on the transcription, which we blew through. Blew through that real quick. Yes, Razor brings up some good points. Got to be very good at what you're doing for the business to succeed. All right. All right, so the AI is still working. Let's see if we're going to change up the schedule at all. We're going to finish this influencer marketing strategy. Ideally, we finish it by 6 and we start actually running the workflow, or at least come up with the game plan that makes it easy for anyone to run the workflow. They've got access to the accounts. And then after that, honestly, we would go back to our sales automation side, just as a heads up where we left off. We've got all of these people that we researched. Honestly, this is helpful because this is like our target list for the other thing we're doing. So we can plan out LinkedIn posts here. So we'll do that for the following 2 hours. then we got to finish up our investor prep work. So we got a lot ahead of us. Will this be a 12-hour stream? Potentially. Let's see if we can finish this up. All right, here we go. Instagram. All right, honestly, I think that we'll see if AI can do this. All right, like to post and drop one relevant specific comment per target. No generic praise. DM after 2 touches. Start with 5-day creators. Yeah, honestly, we're gonna do this. So. Sounds like a great plan. Could you put together the prompt that we can give to the Perplexity browser to have it execute the game plan on Instagram? So we're gonna see if we can get it working. While it's thinking, we'll get this prompt started. Thanks for diving in here. Could you go through in more depth the final information on each of these to enrich? And that way we will be ready to go for the final posts, just because I know that there are some where we're missing citations. I agree, Razor. You want to go from people who have more accurate information. All right. All right, we're gonna just say, could you give the prompt that we can put in Perplexity's assistant agent browser that would just get the AI to go and follow all of the influencers that we're trying to target on Instagram? I feel like it could though. All right, we're just gonna do this. I'm gonna say follow all these accounts. say follow and turn on notifications for all these creators on Instagram. Paste that. All right, we'll see if this actually works. I'll drag it over if it's working. Oh, what the heck? I accidentally just stopped it. See if it actually works. It looks like it's working. Yeah, it's working. All right, there we go. It just liked. All right. There we go. It's turning on notifications. Okay. It's just following all these different profiles. All right, so this is great. That means that even though it can't turn on notifications on desktop, it is able to follow all the people. So right now, that's exactly what it's doing. It's going and it's following all these people on Instagram. This guy actually looks familiar. All right. It's still trying to figure out how to turn on notifications. Maybe it's just adding it to favorites. Maybe I should change the instructions. Maybe I just need to add them to favorites. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to say, let's follow the rest of the accounts on the list and add all of them to our favorites. All right. So we're going to let that go to work. There's still some other stuff that we're going to do here. All right, so let's see here. All right, so we've started running some outreach sequences, and people in different ways have been saying that they'd be down to hop on. I feel like we need a process that kind of systematizes it or makes it easy for them to schedule and come on. And we need to get, I guess, just overall have a whole process in place. And I'm trying to think through the best way to do that. So, yeah, could you, if we take a step back, could you think through the different ways we can approach the actual scheduling with the guests and how we approach that? I've got some ideas on how we do it, but let's see what AI comes up with. And just so you guys can see, AI is still working here for us. see. All right, guys. So right now we're diving through setting up the scheduling process for the podcast. But as we're doing this, I came up with this idea. On the other screen, we still have the AI agent working, going to follow all of the different people that we're going to eventually approach. I'm thinking that we could even, after it finishes following all of them, tell it to go and like the past, I don't know, 5 posts from each of them, and then maybe comment on each one. I'm not sure. So, yeah. It could be a good plan. All right, so we'll finish this up. All right, guys. I might try and get a VA right now, so I'm going to make a quick phone call. Yo, you got a minute to chat? I'm on stream, but I have a question about your business.
Oop, you're breaking up. Say it again.
I said, do you have a minute to chat? I'm on stream, but I have a question about your business.
Yes, sir.
All right, awesome. So, dude, tell me about your VAs, because I'm thinking about getting a VA, and I know two people who have companies that do it, and you're one of them, or two friends that do it.
Yes, bro. High key, it's one of the first things I would do once you are getting busy. Because I think I said this in the last one too. It's like anything that you as a founder can be doing, or that someone else can do 80% as good as you should immediately delegate it. Otherwise, you're just going to be stuck doing admin and not focusing on growing the business. You're going to be stuck inside the business. And so right now, I think 85 to almost 90% of our operations are run by our VAs. And the first few weeks, it's like a little choppy. There's a lot of corrections that have to be made, but within a month or two, they're doing it better than I do. And they're actually, if you give them a lot of autonomy and agency, they will actually tell you how to improve stuff. They're like, hey, let's switch softwares. This one's better, because they're incentivized to make their life easier as well. And literally, I think 30% of founders' time is spent on finances, and a degree of that you have to do privately, right? But a lot of the websites we use, you can give temporary encrypted passwords to your VAs using applications like LastPass, so they don't actually have your passwords, and they only have these like temporary access codes. And yeah, honestly, like I was a perfectionist for a long time, but it ended up killing a lot of the speed of our business, and speed is so important, especially in B2B. So bro, it's like I recommend it to freaking everyone, and you can find them on freaking Upwork. It takes a little bit of vetting. That's why I don't do that anymore. I have my VA get people that she actually knows, and also she ends up training all our VAs. So I have two VAs for my main VA.
Yeah.
And so she's a super delegator, but she's also like the hard ass who will go in and train and make sure everything's done right. So I'm just on architectural level.
Yeah.
It's good. And you know, if you make a strong culture in your company, strong operational culture, it's going to be amazing, because a lot of people get co-founders before they actually need a co-founder. You know, your co-founder should be really strategic, and you guys need to be going in like 125% each, you know? It's not 50-50 bullshit.
Yeah, so that was actually so I'll tell you a little bit about what I'm thinking through. So I'm literally on stream right now doing some of this work, and I'm just thinking through, hey, I want to systematize a lot of these different areas that I'm like currently going through, and I'm thinking that, you know, a VA likely could do a lot of this.
Yeah.
And here's the big thing, like question in my mind, and like the big thing that I'm trying to vet is I've worked with VAs in the past where they haven't necessarily done a good job, where either like things have fallen through, or like I was having to like babysit to a certain degree, where it's like you get a high level person and like they can kind of run and build their own empire, so to speak. The VAs that and granted, like, it was likely because I didn't properly vet them in the past, but the ones that I've like used in the past, they just didn't perform well enough. And so I guess like that's the big thing here, which is like how
I'll tell you what it is.
How are we like making sure that these people are great?
Exactly. When you're hiring these people, I would actually go lean really heavy into the personality hires, because it really doesn't matter what their experience is. It matters how quickly they're willing to learn, and just how like what their personality is like. Like they need to be proactive people who don't necessarily wait for things to happen, but they're also very procedural. And so Jonah, my main VA, ends up like expanding a lot of our sales pipelines. She swaps software. She'll like ask me beforehand, but she'll be like, hey, let's swap softwares. Hey, you know, this VA could be doing this better. I have a better one. Like they're just proactive people. So it's not so much as you need to find someone who has like 10 years of experience, although there's tons of those. You need to find someone that is a proactive person and that you personally communicate well with. Because a lot of people get a VA and there's like too much of a cultural difference. So for example, I started with Indian VAs and they're great, but the cultural difference was too much for me. So when I went to Philippines, Filipinos, it's a Spanish colony. And so a lot of them speak Spanish. They're very good English. That's very understandable. And their hours are great. And they have a great VA culture because there's like lots of schools and institutions that professionally train them. So there's a big ecosystem. And so literally it's about who you have the best communication with, because if you can communicate well, then she will actually understand what you mean, not what you're like, what she thinks you mean. So it's about personality and communication style. So we vet really hard on that, and like less so on their specific experience because they're going to learn everything, just like a co-founder would. And there's actually some cool websites. One of our members is called Mappa.ai, MAPPA.ai. They're a hiring platform. And they vet all of their candidates via WhatsApp voice note prompts, and they analyze that person's like psychoanalytics and the personality to see if they're a good culture fit to your company, because it ends up being that people will adapt if it's the right culture. Like, and it's just so much more of an alignment. Like that's the most important thing, is that people are aligned. You can have like super smart people, but if they don't integrate, it doesn't work. You know, it's like a little military you're building. It's a little militia.
Okay,
So,
sweet. So
yeah, bro.
so if I wanted to like hire a VA,
Yeah.
like are they full time on my thing, or are they balancing a couple of others? Like how does that whole process normally work?
Yeah. You decide. So what we literally do would like put you in a WhatsApp group chat. Well, actually, we send you a video of them so you can get a vibe, and then like a video intro, and then we literally like line up 5 intros back to back. You see which ones are like the best in terms of communication and background, and then people just get on like trial periods, right? So VA will work part-time or full-time. So Jonah, for example, was working on 2 companies, and I was like, no, I want you full-time. But I only did that once I started going full-time. So yeah, literally like start part-time, start with like less hours. And once you see that her or his workload is getting capped out and you want more of their time, then you just organically upgrade, you know? Don't like try to force it and waste money and time, you know?
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
in terms
But
of like their
I'm
working
talking to
hours.
like every day. Oh yeah, they adjust your schedule, which is pretty cool. So, and I'm chatting with her via WhatsApp all day, voice notes, text messages, Google Meets, WhatsApp calls. Like within working hours, you can call anytime.
Okay. Okay. Very cool. So
And
they'll
so
adjust
with her,
to your hours.
they'll adjust for sure. And in this case, I work with her from 5 a.m. PST to 2 p.m. PST. So it's about 8 hours.
Yeah.
I think that's 8 hours. And but you could I have members who have some of our VAs and they have different hours, you know. So yeah, you can just negotiate with them.
Okay. Very cool. And how I guess like the trial period, because like here I guess the big thing is that I've got certain approaches and things that I would want them to do to be able to like execute, right? And so at the end of the day, I'm not really going to know if they've got the capability to do it until like I try training them and then like see if they can execute that plan. And so what do you think would be the best way for us to go about that? Like, because for example, let's say that we're going by one and like I'm trying to teach each person, and then like let's say that they don't get it. Like hopefully they get it, but like let's say that they don't, then it's like gonna have to go and try and teach a whole nother person. I'm almost wondering if there's like a way that I could like try and like train multiple at once, and then the best ones like the best one take in, you know?
100%. There's actually a couple interesting things here. So one is you can make like Loom videos. screen videos, plus like build an SOP, standard operating procedure list, via like just use an AI to write it for you through a prompt, and you can just deliver it to them and test them. So one of my buddies, a Russian guy, he would get large pools of virtual assistants in the Philippines and other countries. Some of the best ones are in Egypt, South Africa, and the Philippines. And he'd send them out a technical quiz and a like intelligence test too, and it'd send it out to 20,000 people. I'm not exactly sure how he did that, but there's definitely ways. And then a small percentage of them would nail the technical part and also nail the intelligence test. And he'd take those very, very few people who ended up being really, really smart and over talented for the role even, and then he'd interview them all in front of each other, so that they're all like showing off their skills and their background, and it's a bit more like, it feels like a real like public interview, and they'd be really, really, really excited to work with him, and he'd pay them well. He'd take them from wherever they are in the world, and he'd be like, "You're really good, work for my company." And so you're working with really, really talented people, and you're giving them an awesome opportunity. Like I pay my virtual assistants better than almost any agency that sources VAs, like by a factor of 2 or 3, probably 2. And they're super, super stoked. And it's a great opportunity for them. And I'm super interested in not necessarily where people are located, but just finding those people who are really passionate about doing whatever that we're doing. And in fact, when things get boring, if something's really like manual, we say, hey, I don't want you working on boring stuff. Let's go automate this or find some kind of software so that you can be working on more interesting stuff, because there's always things to work on. There's always things that can get better. And yeah, we just build really good like standard operating procedures around anything. And eventually when we're more technically developed, we'll build that into an automation. But then, dude, like those automations aren't going to replace VAs. It makes them more valuable because there's more work to be done at larger scale.
Yeah. So what's your, I guess, vetting process for the VAs?
Our vetting process is we get a lot of referrals, VA referrals. Second one is we literally book a call with them, and we just understand. We go through all their CVs. So I don't actually do it. I do the final decisions, but my VA knows VAs very well, so she'll go and vet them. We don't get like really technical VAs right now. It's all like heavy operations people, so it's easier to vet, and it's less hard skills. But hey, when we do like more technical ones, like people who can do video editing, or people who can do specific types of coding, we'll obviously have like a technical test or get them vetted by someone who is technical. But it's amazing what kind of talent's out there, dude.
Okay. So just because we're on stream, I'm not sure if you want to talk about like the pricing and everything. That's up to you, but
Totally can. I would say you can find a good VA for $5 an hour, no joke. Yeah. But it takes a lot of time to find that. It took me like 6 VAs to find something good. But within a few months, I upgraded her to $10 an hour, and I still pay my main VAs $10 an hour, and that's the same price our members pay, our higher variable members pay. Yeah. So in this case, we've just vetted them already, so that they don't have to do that process. And it ends up being that we're working with companies who are like, I don't really care about the price. I just need 3 really good people tomorrow. So they're not so price sensitive, but our prices are still really, really good. But yo, dude, anyone can do this themselves. We've just taken out the vetting process and done it ourselves.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So, well, what do you think would be the best way for us to do like a technical skills assessment? If I like, so for example, I am doing a lot of this stuff on stream.
Yeah.
I could even like bring a bunch of them on stream to try and like teach them here live. I could bring them into like, Google Meet. I mean, like at the end of the day, like it would just be trying to upskill your VAs, I guess.
Yeah.
But I really want to find out if there's like some type, like at the end of the day, there's like these different processes that I want to run, and there are some non-AI automated parts of them, and I just need to find someone who can kind of take care of all of that.
Like just straight up operations, you mean?
Yeah,
Like,
so I'll tell you like the two automation sections. So one of them is related to influencer marketing. And so there's a whole process that I'm using to build relationships online with the different influencers, and then ideally going to try and get our foot in the door and get them on a call and then try and get a partnership deal with them
exactly.
done. So that's
Yeah.
one funnel. The second funnel is similar but slightly different, and it's sales related. So there's a sales funnel process that I want to run. Um, and there are different things that they're going to do at different parts in the sales funnel. And I want to be able to teach them and have them run those processes similar type of way to go and push towards the sale. So like one's towards partnerships, the other's towards sales. And then the final one is just overall podcast guest lineup, right? So it's going to be helping coordinate, like basically run our outreach cycle, coordinate with the guests, and then get them on live as I'm streaming.
Mm. Yeah, I mean that's just literally like communication, right? And then having a specific draft, and then being conversational with the influencers. There's actually Gen AI platforms for this that do it on a very large scale. But honestly, like humans are able to do a variety of things at low key, a lower price, just maybe not at the same scale. And in the beginning, you don't need that scale. Like you just need those few good influencers. So yeah, like my VAs send about 50 LinkedIn DMs a day to people that we want to invite to events or people we want to onboard to our platform. We do 50 a day just because we don't want to get flagged on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
But tons of ways to do this, dude.
Yeah.
Like
And I'm open-minded
literally.
if there's like a really like an ideal approach. Um,
Mm.
I kind of shape these around what I learned from some podcasts from some really fast growing AI companies. And so that's kind of how the process was laid out. But with that said, I mean, at the end of the day, like I just want someone to be able to run this process efficiently. And um,
Mm.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, for me, I know that there's a lot that can be automated with AI, and I'm trying to automate as much as I can. But at the end of the day, I think that there needs to be someone like accountable to the process and overseeing it and
Yeah.
making sure that it all runs properly.
Yep. No, you're right. And is it being that like I'd say a good portion of the VA's time is just high level accountability for all of our automations. Just like making sure they're running. If something gets, you know, offline, we need to fix it. If someone's asking a unique question, they respond.
Yeah.
So yeah, dude, totally.
Okay. So, I mean, in terms of getting something like a try, I don't know what to call it, a tryout interview,
Yeah.
like get a number of people like ready to kind of test how they could do it. What do you think, like what has worked in the past, or what do you think we could do to try and vet that?
Literally, we should just like understand like your needs, which seems like mostly operation and communication needs, and then send you a few profiles, plus get you on board with the calls of those people that you want to meet. So take a look at their videos. You'll be able to tell naturally pretty quickly if you want to meet this person or not. And then yeah, we just literally set up a Google Meet and you meet them, and then go on trial for like a week or two, whatever. And then a big thing too is like instant swap. Like, hey, I realize that this person really can't do this specific task that we want, so we'll like swap them out within 48 hours with someone else at no extra charge,
Okay.
which is cool. We've done it
Yeah.
a couple times.
Sounds good. So
Yeah,
I
dude.
guess like the one thing is in order to actually test them out, they're gonna need access to my social profiles. And
Yeah.
for them to get access to the social profiles, there's going to be 2FA needed to get them in. And I understand, like, at the end of the day, there's going to be trust that needs to be put in the VAs. And I'm totally cool with that. Are you able to hear me? Just beep for a second. Yo, can you hear me? Hello? Yo, Eli? I'm calling back. Thank you, Morgan White. Appreciate it. All right, as this is ringing, I'll give you guys a heads up of what's going on. So we have the AI going and liking recent posts from all of the people that we're targeting on LinkedIn. So yeah, that's what it's doing right now. All right, looks like Eli is not answering. So
Hello.
yo, I think the call dropped.
Yeah, phone died. So yeah, in that case, to have them access your personal profiles, it's going to be through LastPass's encrypted temporary passwords.
Yeah, I can go in and get them in on with like 2FA. I guess the big thing is yeah, how to get the trial period like tested and working, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe I send over some ideas based on what you just shared. I can share a little bit about the processes, and then when you have all that information, you can kind of get back to me with like a next steps and like how you'd lay it out.
Yeah, I'll make a WhatsApp.
Oh, sorry, I can't really understand. Your voice cut out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, yeah. So I think next thing would be to do like a WhatsApp group chat with me, you, and Jonah, and then yeah, she'll I'll tell her about our conversation, and then we can get you some profiles, and she'll explain some more information about the trial and stuff. But yeah, generally people like trial for like 2 weeks or up to a month, and they're like, "Yo, this is lit. I want to continue doing this."
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Cool. Yeah. At the end of the day, I mean, you know, I'm down to invest the time to try and see if one of these people could be a fit, and I'm down to do like, you know, get them on, try and train them up, see if like which of them are able to do it, and then ideally the goal would be that one of them can. So I think that maybe your game plan makes sense. Let's all hop in a group chat. I can send over the I guess workflows in a little bit more depth there. So she kind of has a little bit of background, and then we can follow that game plan that you laid out.
fire, bro. I'm stoked. Let's do it.
All right, sounds good. I guess I don't even need to make the other call. Guess we got the next steps here.
Okay, bet. Let's do it, bro. Okay, we'll chat soon.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, toss in the group chat and I'll get a message fired off.
Perfect. Okay, bye.
All right, peace. All right, guys. So ideally, we just solved this problem of how big of a pain in the ass it's going to be to try and set up full AI automation. So we're going to put it on these VAs. I think that like overall the process and everything makes sense. We just need to automate it. We just need it to work. So if they're good, that would be sweet. Okay. So right now, the AI is going through and liking recent posts from all of the different accounts that we followed and we're ideally going to want to do deals with. So I'm going to let it do this for a little bit. I'm going to get another tissue. All right. So it is still continuing to like all these posts, which is good. It's doing work as we're sitting here chilling. Take that. So we're gonna let it continue to work for us and work on something else here. See this marketing plan. All right, so I actually think what could be good is we got to come up with comments. Yeah, got to come up with comments. All right. Now, could you dive into some deep research on all of the different Instagram accounts that we're targeting and do research on all of them? The goal is that later on we're going to develop initial outreach DMs that will be complementary. So not trying to sell anything, just something that is very unique to the person and complementary. Complement them in some way, and it can't be generic. It's got to be specific to something that they're doing. And yeah, in order to do that, we got to do a lot of good research. So let's dive in and do a bunch of research on all of the different Instagram accounts. Did it just disappear? All right. Morgan White. I appreciate the follow. I agree. We should do that. All right. Oh, okay. Now it's working. I don't know what's going on here. I'm gonna put this back in. All right. That sounds like a great plan. Yes, could you dive into the research on all of the Instagram creators so we have enough to write the initial outreach DMs? We're going to put this on thinking mode. give that some time. Also, I want to actually fire off a message to my editor. So, hey, how's it going, man? Great catching up today. Quick piece I forgot to ask about, but I know that we're creating a lot of short form content, reels, things like that. And in order to figure out the best ones to post on LinkedIn, I wanted to kind of just throw that into your court and figure out, hey, which ones do you think would be best for us to post on LinkedIn? Uh, Primarily want to do the ones that are performing well, uh, but also, might be good for LinkedIn. So maybe if there are any ideas or things that you think would be best for us to use on LinkedIn, you could create a folder in that master Google Drive, and then we can add it. You can add them in there, and I'll just use those in creating the LinkedIn post. So anyway, thanks, man. I appreciate it. If you have any other ideas, think I should be approaching things differently, or have any questions, feel free to hit me back. Take care. Peace. All right, so we got that. All right. So also the guy that we spoke with, Eli, who's CEO at GLO, who places VAs, virtual assistants, he put me in a group chat with his right-hand VA, Jonah, who I'm friends with. And thank you for the follow, Biliski. I might be saying that wrong. But yeah, put me in a group chat. So I'm about to send a voice note over to them. Actually, we can create the message. So yeah, I'll send a voice note first, though. Yo, Eli, great catching up today. And Jonah, excited to be on the search with you for the right VA here. Quick overview of the combo that I just had with Eli. There are a couple of different automations or things that I want to just have that taken care of by a VA that I think AI can't fully do yet, but simultaneously, it probably isn't best for me to run these processes. And so there are three main funnels, and I can give you a quick write up of everything as well here, as well as over email. But high level, speaking off the cuff, the first funnel is related to sales. So there's a specific process that I built based off of a podcast from a very fast growing company in terms of how to run an ideal sales process and engage. And so, one, just making sure that the VA is able to utilize the different tools needed to be able to do that. That's the first piece, running the sales process. The second one is related to partnerships. And then the third one is related to booking podcasts and appearances on stream. So each of those are going to require, in total, a knowledge of a whole bunch of different tools, everything from just running different engagement tactics on from my social accounts on like Instagram, LinkedIn, etc., all the way through setting up Calendlies, setting up bookings, communicating back and forth with guests, and then logging all of this activity for these different funnels into HubSpot. So making sure that they're able to not only edit or set up HubSpot funnels, but then also run these processes and make sure that we're staying super organized with everything and staying on top of everything. So it actually is a lot of organization. We can automate a lot of it, but it's going to be a lot of just a lot of work in general. And so that's a high level. I can send over a write up. Feel free to hit me up if you have any questions on anything. And yeah, pumped to get this sorted. Peace. All right. So I sent over that voice note. So here's what we're going to do. So it's engaging. Okay, so I did the research here. This is actually pretty solid research. So goal. Warm comment on specific recent posts. Okay. So it's perfect timing. It looks like total 3 posts, 51 likes applied. Want me to add a quick comment on the newest post for each, something on brand and value forward. Save their profiles to a favorites collection for easy monitoring. Yeah, I mean, Perplexity kind of came up with a great strategy for us right off the bat. So I'll say, yes, that game plan sounds great. I've also done a bit of research. I'm just typing it out because Perplexity kind of messes stuff up sometimes. So we're booking podcasts right now. Okay, what time suits you best next week to have Haley or Matt on? Um, I'm gonna say, let me look at my calendar. So maybe we do 11:30 or 1:30 p.m. 11:30 or 1:30 p.m. Pacific. Hey, how's it going, man? 11:30 a.m. or 1:30 p.m. Pacific on Tuesday, Thursday, or Friday next week works. So, uh, yeah, just let me know whatever works best uh, for Haley or Matt, and then let me know what email address you'd like me to use for the calendar invite. So, what I'll do is I'll invite them, and then yeah, all they'll have to do is just join the meeting link, and we'll be all set. So thanks again for helping coordinate this, and looking forward to it. Peace. Awesome. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. All right. We're just responding to a bunch of messages there. Let's see here. Let's get. That sounds like a great plan. The one thing that I want to mention is we want things to sound human, and we also want to remove the long dash that is in some messages that you sent. So could you please let me know if that all sounds good, and then I'd be ready to go. Week after next. All right. Awesome. Could you do 11:30 a.m. or 1:30 p.m. PST on September 16th or 18th. All right, so the process that we're actually about to assign to the VAs, we're actually doing a lot of it with AI. The one thing is that this is taking time. This is requiring us to go do this thing on ChatGPT, bring it into here, do all this. So, um, yeah, I think that this is a fairly good approach. I think we can do this. Also, actually, I'm going to run this by Joaquin in a voice note. Hey, one other thing, man. I just came up with this idea. I know I'm sending it to you here in WhatsApp, but you'll also see it on stream. Uh, I called up one of my buddies who runs a company with VAs, virtual assistants in the Philippines. And one of the big things that I want them to do is basically executing the game plan, the process, the strategy that I'm running through on the stream today in order to schedule and book calls and run these different funnels that we're building that we literally did on the stream. That's what I want these VAs to do. And so one of the things that came to mind that you'll see in the conversation is I wanted to see if the if I could train them, basically bring them on a call, teach them, coach them up how to do it. One other idea that just came to mind that I wanted to send this voice note over to you about is I wonder if on the streams or if there's some type of way that we can actually put together a way to educate someone on how to build these funnels. I know it's kind of all over the place right now, but I wonder, maybe if you take it into ChatGPT and you say, hey, the goal is to build these funnels, can you find the parts in the script that are needed to actually put together a way to build, a sales funnel, a partnership funnel, uh, and a podcast booking funnel. I don't know, maybe that doesn't work, but I wanted to run the idea by you if there's some type of way that we can actually leverage this from an editing side to make it easy to actually teach the VAs how to do something. And, maybe there isn't a way, maybe there is a way, maybe I need to approach the actual recording in a different way. Just throwing it all out there, would be curious to hear your thoughts. And, maybe anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, and then we can figure out the best way to go about doing it, or if the idea is even feasible. All right. Money loves speed. It's a good saying. Good saying, Cody. I will say that we are getting a lot of good responses here. Yeah, honestly, we just have a lot of potential customers that we gotta just start scheduling with. So, yeah. How about we do that? How about we start building out the instructions? I also got to send my booking link. Yo. Hey, how's it going, man? Hope you had a nice weekend. I wanted to follow up and just uh, see if you know how to turn off the warm up on my email inbox. I think that it's been running for a while and not sure if it, uh, yeah, basically, basically not sure if we need to keep running it. Anyway, thanks again, man. Appreciate it. All right. All right. Interesting. What's that sound? All right. While we're working here, I'll turn on some music so at least you guys have something coming in. All right. So I think while this works, here's what we're going to do. We got to get instructions over to not only our editor on the VA on how to run this process, but also for Eli and Jonah. So I think that's going to be the next plan here. So I'm going to get to work on this. I'm going to say, sounds amazing. Could you please come up with the best possible final posts? We're going to do one post that is going to be related to each of them, and we're going to make sure that we tag them. It's got to be complimentary, non-promotional, and also just do whatever it can do to perform well, but also build a good relationship with whoever we're posting about. Yeah, absolutely. I realized that I probably didn't send over enough information there. What I'll do is I'll put together the plan in terms of the funnels and everything that we're going to be trying to teach the virtual assistants. And then I think that'll give you a little bit more of an idea of what the goal is with them and what content might be relevant to that. So what I'll do is I'll put it all together, I'll send it over to you, and then you can let me know what questions you might have from there. So I think that might make it a little bit clearer and kind of give us a game plan. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Now that we're doing this, I'm gonna say, all right, let's take a step back, and I'll give you a little bit more context on the next task here. So one of the things that we're doing in order to get the business ready to scale is we're trying to figure out how we can automate the process for our sales, our partnerships, our podcasts, and our marketing. And so I guess the partnerships is related to the marketing, but either way, there's going to be a number of activities that we need to do on a consistent basis and a process that we're going to have to manage. And in order to do this, we're looking to hire a virtual assistant that has the ability to do all this. And so I spoke with my buddy Eli and Jonah, and they want a little bit more information in terms of what the actual activities we're going to be looking to do with the virtual assistants actually are. And so that's basically what we want to build out and how we want to structure this, I guess, this message here. So yeah, with that context, I'll tell you a little bit more. The first process is the actual partnership for marketing package. So or process that we're trying to have a VA that can manage. And so that process requires staying engaged with all of the creators that we're trying to build relationships with and eventually reach out to ask them to provide feedback and help on our product. And so the step number one is we already have this list of creators that we need to engage with, but we need to like their posts every single day, leave thoughtful comments every day, and eventually we're going to go and send initial DM outreaches to them. These DMs are, it's very non-salesy. It's very providing value or entertaining, maybe sending over some gifts and doing things like that. And this is a process that every single interaction that we're doing, we want to be able to upload and track in the CRM. So inevitably the VA is going to have to be very good with ChatGPT. They're going to have to be very good at organizing. They're going to have to be able to create deal cycles, pipelines, and manage it in HubSpot. And they've got to be a very good communicator. On top of that, the VA is also going to be running the podcast booking pipeline. So we've got 2 podcasts that we're going to be running. One is going to be speaking with potential customers. The whole idea of this is it's going to be segments around us bringing on founders, learning about their business, and then telling them how we might think that they could automate certain parts with AI. The other segment is going to be speaking with investors. So we're going to bring on top-level investors and particularly top angels, but top investors, and figure out, hey, you've invested in some great companies. What are the things that allowed you to notice that this was a great company to invest in? What was that mindset? What got you to invest? That's going to be another segment that we're going to be having on podcasts. So because of this, the role that they're going to play is operationalizing the booking. They're going to have access to all of my social profiles, and they're going to have to be able to communicate with the guests, take the guests through the process to actually booking them on the show, on the stream. And then on top of that, keep all of that organized in our CRM and make sure that we've got a tight schedule. And then the final piece is on the actual sales side. It's actually just continuing to build relationships with the very influential people in different niches. So we've got a target list of people that we believe are going to be a good fit that we want to target and build relationships with. Similar to how we're doing it on the partnership side, got to engage with them, got to do all these things, and then eventually start hitting them with an outreach to build a relationship there on the DM later on. So those are at a high level the funnels. Ton of information here, but I'll pause it there and we can dive in deeper. Sounds good. God, this sucks. I think this is a great start. I think that in order to make it better, we want to really have it be focused on what some of those goals are and how they're going to be responsible for managing that whole process. And, you know, they're going to be running things from my account, so with my voice. So they've just got to be really on top of it and also be very savvy with all these different things. So with that said, just take the approach in the way that you think would make it the best possible, and then yeah, we'll run with that, and I'll send it over. All right, guys, and if you're watching, I see that there are 23 of you guys here. If you're watching on whatever channel you're on, make sure you like, subscribe, support the channel. We're out here, we're sick, we're grinding through for you guys, and to grow the business, of course, obviously. So anyway, it would be much appreciated. All right. We just sent this over. Not sure if this helps, but here's the breakdown of what the roles will look like that I sent over to them. So basically, we're going to try and figure out the best way that we might be able to put together something that is educational to teach them how we're doing it. Maybe we can't pull it from this stream. Maybe we need to record something separately, but if there's a scalable way to teach people how to run this process, then that would be the goal, basically. Honestly, just so it isn't a distraction. If it's a little too much, then just let me know and we can revisit it later on if there is some type of a way that you see that we can leverage our editing to create something useful. Okay. Let's see what we got here. True sales memes. All right. All right. Thank you for the follow, Henry. Let's see how we're doing on our schedule. So right now it's 5:53. Influencer marketing. All right, we're actually like right on schedule. We actually got done more than we expected. All right. So influencer marketing, that's being done by AI right now. We're actually getting pretty far along. So it's engaging for us. This says dinner break. We're going to skip the dinner break. So review current lead intake gaps. This one's going to be important. This one's going to be important. Honestly, we can get started on this right now. So I want to make sure that we got time to get into the investor side. All right, here we go. All right, guys. We're rocking and rolling, guys. We are rocking and rolling. All right. We're going to turn these into posts. Could you make this post 10,000 times better? We're just going to post this on LinkedIn right now. We move fast here. Also, so you guys can see what I'm working on. I've been doing it on the other screen. Oops. All right, I think this is ready to post, so I'm just gonna post it. All right. All right. It looks like our camera died over here. So our camera died. We made the LinkedIn post. Now, I think that what we can do is we gotta let the camera charge. I think we can end this stream and we'll start another one back up later tonight. So